Recording in progress.
All right, let's go.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I am Andrea Woodstock, and my responsibility is to welcome and greet you. So I'm greeting you in the mighty name of Jesus, who is the one who allows us to be here today. Without him, then we would not be around. So we have to greet him in and give him all the honor and praise. I will also like to welcome you on behalf of the Health and Welfare Ministry and the Butler United Methodist Church and the pastors and members of Butler United Methodist Church. We thank you for joining us, and I hope that you will be able to be educated, to be equipped, and be empowered with all the information that we will be disseminated today. We also have in person, so if you can come along to have your blood pressure checked and your finger stick and other activities that are around. The fire department is here, guns down, life up. So if you still have time, you could pass by and join us. So we thank you for coming. We thank all the presenters. We are happy to have them year after year, and they are so willing to come and share at Butler Church. So I'm gonna hand over to our student, no, to Reverend Dr. Alan Pinkney, who is going to do opening remarks and the prayer. So thank you again.
Wait, Webb, stay there. I'm gonna come to you. You can stay seated. All right.
Good morning, everyone. This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Once again, we have gathered here to share the blessings that God has made available in resources to inform, to instruct, to inspire, and to empower persons as we live lives to the glory of God. As a church, we, as the Butler Memorial United Methodist family, deem it appropriate and important to provide information that will help you live your lives the best that you can. And so we're thankful for the Health and Welfare Committee under the leadership of Sister Andrea Woodstock and all the persons that have been involved in the efforts of planning this health fair for our community. As Methodists, we believe both in social and personal holiness. Personal holiness whereby we edify the mind, the spirit, the heart, as we grow in our faith, as we endeavor to do God's will, as we endeavor to live according to God's word, as we want to walk closer with the Lord. But also we believe in social holiness, meaning that we are concerned about our neighbor, our community, our world, and how it is as God's creation, how we are faithful stewards of the blessings and resources for the purpose of liberating souls, for the purpose of justice and equity, for the purpose of enabling all of God's people to experience the wonder and blessings of God's creation. So, that being said, I want to welcome you on behalf of the ministerial staff. I want to welcome you on behalf of the Butler Memorial United Methodist Church family. I want to welcome you on behalf of the Health and Welfare Committee. And I pray that this experience will be something that God has specifically and purposefully designed for you to grow, for you to glow, for you to flow by the Holy Spirit to the glory of God. Let us pray. Gracious and loving God, we're thankful for this day. It rained all yesterday. Today is sunshiny and bright. The cycle of life continues, and we just are awestruck by your wonder and your majesty and the beauty of life and all that you have allowed us to experience. Help us never to take life for granted. Help us never to take our bodies, our minds, our hearts for granted, but to use them to your glory and for the purpose for which you have designed. We thank you for the coordination, the collaboration, the cooperation, and the converging of resources that have brought us to this time together. We pray that by the power of your Holy Spirit and by the light and love and life of Jesus Christ, we might engage in the call that you have given us as disciples of Jesus Christ, that your name be glorified. And it is in his name that we pray. Amen.
Lady. We're going to continue on with our program here. And next up, we have Sister Denise Joyner, who is our student pastor. I'm going to pass it along to her. And then subsequently, we are going to hear from Dr. Kime on anxiety, depression, suicide. All right, so I'm going to pass it over to Denise, and then we'll go to Dr. Kime.
Good morning, all. And just to quote a scripture here, I pray that everyone is in good health, your body is in good health, and your spirits are strong. I'm taking from 3 John 2. I have the privilege, the honor of introducing our MC for this afternoon's health fair. And this, I say young lady only because she's younger than me, is a dear friend of mine. She embodies what it means to be spiritually well and physically well, taking care of both mind, body, and soul. And this dear sister is busy behind the scenes trying to get all the technical aspects of our health fair up to speed. But greatest gift and talent among many that she possesses is her ability to speak to our hearts and our souls. And I pray that with the flow of the Holy Spirit, as she continues to manage the rest of this health fair virtually, that you will be able to experience her giftedness in that regard. And I'd like to introduce to you and present to others my dear friend, Reverend Dr. Jessica Jean-Pierre as your MC for today.
Right. Good morning once again, everybody. It is my great pleasure to be with everyone here and everyone online. And it's my pleasure to be able to host the health fair again this year. As Rev said, it's important for all of us to have a holistic spirituality, which includes us taking care of our bodies, these bodies that God has given us. We want to be healthy, body, mind, soul, and spirit. And so that's what we are here for today, to make sure that we are taking care of our bodies and our minds, as Dr. Kime is going to help us to do better. So without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to you, Dr. Kime. Thank you so much for joining us again this year.
Thank you for having me. Let me try to share my screen. Dr. Reverend Jessica, am I able to share my screen?
Give me 1 second. Make sure I put that. Share screen. All right, try one more time. All right, there we go. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. So yeah, hi everyone. Good morning. My name is Dr. Carly Kime. I am a board certified psychiatrist. I work in the psychiatric emergency room at Lincoln Hospital. Today I'm going to talk with you all about mental illness, but before I start, I'd like to just thank the Butler Memorial United Methodist Church family for inviting me back again this year. It's good to see you guys. I am happy to be here. It's happy to see that you guys are in person this year. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about anxiety disorders, depression, and suicide. So actually, one of the big reasons I chose psychiatry over other medical specialties was my desire really to work with patients and advocate for patients and to kind of reduce the stigma that still surrounds mental illness. Actually, according to the American Psychiatric Association, more than half of people with mental illness don't receive help for their disorders because of the stigma, prejudice, and discrimination that still exists. And unfortunately, psychiatric patients are actually one of the most vulnerable patient populations. They oftentimes lose their support systems and loved ones because of complications and negative outcomes that are associated with mental illness, right? So I just like to kind of open with a personal story. I have a family member, my aunt, who was diagnosed with schizophrenia when I was really young. And even my family, who are extremely loving, supportive, had a really difficult time understanding and processing this. No one in my family is in medicine, and this was really their first encounter with real mental illness. We're not going to be talking about schizophrenia today. I just wanted to kind of share the story because it ties in with what I'm trying to convey. So my family thought that she was using drugs because of her really bizarre behavior, what we call psychotic behavior. And long story short, she's been in and out of state psychiatric hospitals since then. And while this is a really severe case, I've seen firsthand what it can look like for the patients and their families. And unfortunately, most patients wind up with really minimal support. So my hope is that by talking openly and sharing stories like this with you guys and with others, we can discuss challenges associated with mental illness, we can educate others, and we can show compassion really for those with mental illness and work towards reducing this stigma. Okay, we're going to start with anxiety disorders. So it's important to recognize that anxiety is a normal reaction to stress, right? So mild levels of anxiety can actually be good in certain situations. It can help us to be alert to dangers and help us prepare, help us pay attention. So when do we consider it to be a disorder, right? So when the fear or worry becomes excessive and when it impairs our ability to function normally, that this is when we are able to define it as a disorder. Unfortunately, anxiety is actually very disabling. Most patients describe it as living their life in the passenger seat instead of the driver's seat. They're never really fully present in the moment because they're too busy worrying about the future or past or just worrying. Anxiety disorders actually are one of the most common mental illness, mental disorders, excuse me. About 30% of adults at some point in their lives are affected with anxiety disorders. Anxiety can lead people to avoid situations that trigger their symptoms, which can then negatively affect job performance, schoolwork, relationships. There are a lot of different types of disorders, of anxiety disorders specifically, like generalized anxiety can exist in social settings, performance settings, and some of the risk factors. So we know the cause for anxiety disorders isn't completely understood, but we know it's multifactorial. We know genetics play a role, environmental triggers play a role like trauma, stress. But we do know that it is treatable, so that is a good thing. So what does anxiety look like? Most patients have difficulty sleeping. There are a lot of physical symptoms associated with anxiety: dizziness, dry mouth, a feeling of restlessness. Usually patients complain of muscle tightness, nausea, sometimes a rapid heartbeat, sweaty, cold hands, numbness or tingling in the hands and feet. So it's really important for you to see a doctor first, right? Because we want to make sure there's no physical problem or medical condition that's leading to the anxiety presentation, right? So if the anxiety disorder is diagnosed, by a mental health professional can work with you to find the best treatment. Unfortunately, many people, though, with anxiety disorders don't seek help. They don't even realize that they have a condition for which there are effective treatments. So we do have treatments, right? There's psychotherapy, which we call talk therapy, specifically CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy, a type of talk therapy that can help a person learn about the way that they think, the way that they react and behave to help feel less anxious. And then, of course, we also have medications which don't cure anxiety disorders, but we commonly use medications for like the physical symptoms of anxiety, helps to decrease your heart rate from racing, and the most effective form of treating anxiety disorders. Of course, if it's all on a spectrum, right? So not everyone needs to be on medications, but for those who do need to be on medications, the most effective form of treatment is medication plus therapy. And then, of course, things like stress management, meditation, mindfulness, praying, having a strong support system, all of this can help work towards coping with the illness and lessening the severity, the overall severity of it. Okay, on to depression. So depression is a common and serious medical illness. About 1 in 6 people will experience depression at some time in their life, and about 18% of adults are currently experiencing depression. It's much more common in female than males, and greater than 700,000 people die by suicide every year from depression. So depression can negatively affect how we feel, how we think and perceive the world, and how we act. It's also important to recognize what is normal, right? I have a lot of patients and even friends say, "Oh, I'm depressed." Being sad is not the same as being depressed, right? It's normal to experience moments of sadness or feeling down in the dumps as part of the human experience, right? However, a diagnosis of depression requires a thorough evaluation by a licensed mental health professional in which certain criteria must be met. So what does it look like? Signs and symptoms of depression include intense feelings of sadness almost every day. You lose interest in activities you once enjoyed. They have low energy levels, changes in appetite and sleep, either too much or too little, even thoughts of death or dying, suicide, difficulty concentrating, feelings of helplessness, hopelessness, and guilt. So unfortunately, depression can affect anyone, even people who seemingly have it all, right? Again, for depression, it's not completely understood exactly what causes it, but we do know that it's multifactorial, and there's a lot of evidence to support various theories, which we'll talk about briefly. The biochemical theory it says that there's differences in certain chemicals in the brain, what we call neurotransmitters, being too low. So what we do with medications is we target these neurotransmitters by trying to increase their overall levels, which does support this theory. There is another theory, the genetic theory, which genetics definitely does play a role. For example, if one identical twin has depression, the other has a 70% chance, excuse me, of having the illness. And then of course, personality can play a role. So people with low self-esteem, who are easily overwhelmed by stress or just generally pessimistic, are more likely to experience depression. And of course, things like environmental factors play a role, like major negative life changes, trauma, exposure to violence, abuse, poverty. The good thing is that depression is treatable. It's actually one of the most treatable of mental disorders. About 70 to 90% of people with depression eventually do respond to treatment. The treatment types include, excuse me, medication, again, therapy, and in more severe cases, brain stimulation, and of course, also self-help, coping. So it's important, obviously, to have good diet, exercise, surround yourself with a strong support system if you can. Yeah, you know, the brain stimulation, everything exists on a spectrum. Depression and anxiety can be mild, moderate, severe, right? More severe cases, brain stimulation, obviously, but just not everyone needs medications and not everyone has the same treatment. Yeah, okay, we're gonna move on to suicide. So according to the CDC and National Institute of Mental Health, more than 50,000 Americans died by suicide in 2023, which is more than any year on record. This is a really tough topic for everyone, including physicians. You know, comments or thoughts about suicide, also known as suicidal ideation, can begin small. Like, for example, people can say, I wish I wasn't here, nothing matters anymore. But over time, it can become more explicit and more dangerous, what people say. So I just want to touch on some of the warning signs, things to look out for suicide. An increase in substance use, someone's increasing their drug use or drinking more alcohol, noticeable change in behavior, maybe like dramatic mood swings, aggressive behavior. People can withdraw from friends, family, and their community. They can start engaging in impulsive, reckless behaviors, like risky things that they normally wouldn't do. People can start collecting, saving pills, or buying a weapon. We see people give away possessions, like family heirlooms, things like that. People trying to tie up loose ends, paying off debts. People can also say goodbye to friends and family by like writing letters, sending cryptic, vague text messages. Some risk factors, according to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, one of the greatest risk factors is having a history of psychiatric illness. So more than 95% of patients who commit suicide have a psychiatric diagnosis. Other risk factors include previous suicide attempt, family history of suicide, substance use, access to firearms, serious chronic medical illness, gender. More women actually attempt suicide than men. Men are 4 times more likely to actually die by suicide. History of trauma or abuse, prolonged stress, recent tragedy or loss. So in July of 2022, the US transitioned the National Suicide Hotline from this former 10-digit line, linking both the National Suicide Hotline, the Veterans Crisis Line, and a network of more than 200 state and local call centers, which run through the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. What's great about this number is that it's available 24/7, and it's a toll-free hotline which supports people who call for their own crisis or for someone that they care about. A resource that's available for us here in New York, which is great, is something called NYC Well. It's New York City's free confidential support, crisis intervention, and information and referral service for anyone seeking help for mental health and or substance misuse concerns. It's also available 24/7, 365 days a year. It's operated by the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. So what happens is when you call, a trained counselor or peer support specialist will listen to your concerns and help you through the crisis, give you support, resources, referrals. You can call, text, or chat online with them. It's actually a really great resource for us here in New York. I give it to all of my patients. So in summary, we briefly touch the surface of all this stuff, but anxiety and depression can be very disabling, but are very treatable. Suicide is a major national public health issue, and it's the 10th to 11th leading cause of death in the United States. And I think it's, I try to always remind people, if you see something, say something. So whether it's a family member or a friend, if you notice a change in someone's behavior, maybe you hear them make those vague, worrisome comments, or, say something. I know at times this can be difficult to approach someone if you're concerned, because it's kind of a sensitive topic. But if you're compassionate and sensitive when you're approaching them, ask if they're okay, or ask, say you noticed, hey, I noticed things, maybe you've been acting different lately. Is there anything I can do? Just by offering your support and by starting a dialogue about treatment or getting help, this can be really therapeutic for the patient and improve overall outcomes. I just wanted to leave you guys with some resources. These are some of the referral agencies. But it all depends on if you have insurance or if you're documented or not. My email's on the first slide. So if you have any questions regarding resources, or if you can always email me. But if you are just looking for a therapist, a great resource is Psychology Today. If you Google it, the psychology, I also have it on here, the link, but it'll ask you for like your zip code, and it'll auto-populate a bunch of available therapists that you can contact to see if they have any availability, and just schedule an appointment with them. But yeah, like I said, if you have any questions, or you're trying to seek treatment for a various person with or without insurance, you can always email me if you need help with that. Thank you guys for listening. Any questions or comments?
Yes. A little bit. I put in the chat, you guys can drop your questions there, or you can direct message us for anonymity. But also, if there are any questions in the room here, we were talking, Dr. Kime, before we got started. I noticed just anecdotally in my experience that it seemed like I've seen suicide be on the rise. I've talked with my family before about comparative history. We've noticed that more activists in my generation, millennials and Gen Zers, have unfortunately taken their lives compared to activists of my mom's generation in the SCLC and whatnot. But I guess my question is, since it seems like this is not just something that's affecting the Black community and people within activist communities, but as you said, the number of suicides have risen dramatically, is there a medical reason or any rationale that you can give us as to why suicide is on the rise at this time?
That's a great question. A lot of providers are doing a lot of research into this, because it's ever since COVID, it's been increasing, and some postulate that it's still this stigma that people don't want to reach out for help. But I do personally, and here at work and around my community, that more people have a dialogue about mental illness and getting treatment, and are you seeing a therapist, and it's more of everyday conversation. So I don't think anyone has been able to really identify the reason for the uptick in suicides and why it's so high in this past year. I don't think we'll know really until, unfortunately, it takes years to really identify it. But it is a great question, and it's really, yeah, it's hard to completely identify what is causing it. I'm sure it's multifactorial, and there's a lot of reasons, but yeah, it's unfortunate because a lot of adolescents and children also is on a really high uptick compared to previous years for suicide, and there's not really a great understanding as to why. There's been no medical illness that's been identified. It's so the answer is we don't really know, unfortunately.
Ongoing research at this time. Yeah, like I think a lot of people have someone in their families. I know I do. A lot of people I know do who have unfortunately committed suicide. So thank you for researching in this very painful area. I want to ask, are there any questions in the room? Any questions for Dr. Khan?
Sir, in the therapy, especially the behavioral therapy method, Tiffany.
So I don't know if you can hear the question, Dr. Khan, but I'll repeat it. So what she's asking is, in talk therapy, are there or have there been any methods that include the perspective of faith, I guess how faith may affect someone's mental health and how the two intersect?
Yeah, so I think that it's important to find a therapist that one you connect with and that one has can integrate your faith into various treatment strategies in terms of specifically talk therapy, and therapy involves homework, right? So you have to go home and reflect and do a bunch of things at home on your own before then coming back to therapy. So what the therapist can integrate is some faith, some things involving faith and maybe your daily life at church or communicating with members of your church community. Yeah, I think that there is strong evidence actually to support that being religious and being involved in a religious community is a strong protective factor, one, for suicide, and it is a good prognostic indicator for treatment for especially anxiety and depression. So I think ultimately, as long as you have a therapist that's most should be able and willing to integrate your faith into like this homework, things that you would be doing to reflect, and instead of like meditation or mindfulness, it would be praying. There's things that you could do to integrate your faith into the therapeutic process, if that makes sense.
Yeah, she's saying that makes sense, and she says, thank you. Oh, one more question? Yeah, go for it. If you have time, Dr. Khan, for one more question. Okay, yeah.
I think that mental illness is still an issue that is stigmatized in the life of the church. Difficult to, exposed in a way that is transformative. How can the church be more proactive in creating sacred, I call it sacred space, so safe space for persons who are struggling with the issue, to provide a sanctuary for the opportunity of transformation? I think of a story demon-possessed man. Demon, really, in the sense it's mental illness. That scripture can be a template for spiritually connecting the dots, mental illness. Spiritual.
I don't know if you were able to hear that, but I'll reiterate. What he's basically saying is that mental health in our community is still very much so stigmatized. And the question is, how can faith communities, or what recommendations do you have for faith communities to be safe space for people who are struggling with mental health? What can we do?
Sorry, you froze through halfway through that question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You said I heard no. I'm sorry. I heard up until that it's still stigmatized in the church community.
Yeah. So he's
But I
basically
didn't
saying
hear anything
that
after that.
mental health, like you said, is still stigmatized in church community. And we're looking for any recommendations that you can give us so we can, what could you say to us to help us be a safe space for people who are struggling with mental health, especially those who are struggling with suicide? Are there things that, are there, like, I guess, some watchwords that we shouldn't say, watchwords that we should say? What can you recommend for us to do for this place to be safe space for people who are struggling with mental illness?
So like I think I said earlier, I think just by having a dialogue and by discussing, by being vulnerable and maybe sharing your own personal experience, by openly communicating with others and having maybe someone hear you express what you're going through, or someone that you know is going through, that may make someone feel more at ease or comfortable opening up to you guys, and that can then lead them to get treatment. So I just think by educating each other and by just communicating more and having a dialogue about it, I think that that's a great start. I mean, because like I said, the stigma is still there, and not just in religious communities, in a lot of different communities. And sometimes, unfortunately, it takes a personal experience with a family member, loved one, to really understand what real mental illness means and what it looks like if you're not in the field. So yeah, I just think by having a dialogue, by being vulnerable and letting people know that you're here for them, if you notice any kind of change in their behavior, or if you are concerned about someone, just by not necessarily by saying it's a safe space, but just by being vulnerable yourself and openly communicating about it, I think will then help the other people to feel more open, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Like, if we're willing to share what we're going through, our struggles in mental health at times and seasons, then perhaps someone else will be more comfortable to come up to us and say, this is what I'm struggling with as well. But
yeah, and even if you're not comfortable, or you're maybe don't want to say that it's your own experience that you've gone through, you can say that it's someone that you know. I mean, even just by talking about it, it helps.
thank you, Dr. Khan. Thank you so much for your presentation. Can we give her a round of applause?
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, guys. We're going to keep on moving here. If you have any questions, We have Dr. Khan's email, and you can send your questions onto her for any more just drawing questions that you may have, or any questions you may want to just ask her directly. But at this time, we are going to move to Dr. Kelly, Dr. Jared Kelly, or if not, we can move to the next person. Okay. All right, thank you, Dr. Kaim. I see she put it in her, put it in the chat here. So Dr. Kelly is going to be joining us in just one moment. Needs us to resend the link. So hold on just a moment. We'll get that to him. Yeah, stand up. Oh. Right? Yes. All right, so I've sent the link to Dr. Jarrett. This is start and oh. Dr. Kaim, can you stop sharing your screen? And there we go. All right, perfect. All right. So as we wait we can do two things. We can wait for Dr. Jarrett to hop on, or what we can do is, since we have Sister Barbara Muckle here in the flesh, she can come if you're ready and willing, and then we'll have Dr. Jarrett come right after you. Cool? All right, so what you can do is you can come sit here, or we will position the camera where you want it to be. All right, sounds good.
Hello, hello, and good morning. It's still morning, right? Uh, it is such a pleasure to be back with the family at Butler. You know, adversity comes our way all the time, and COVID did a spin on us, but it never stopped the work because we were online. So the work continued over the years, but it's such a pleasure to be back in the house and to, you know, to just share with you guys what's going on, especially it is so special that this is Mental Health Month. And I am honored to be here. When I think about the topic that was posed to me as social health, I thought about cultivating stronger and healthier relationship and enhancing our social well-being. But as I listened to Dr. Klein speak, and the questions that are being posed, I want to just take a minute to just put my int on what's going on when we think about the suicide rate that is taking place. In our communities today, it's not the community that supports the family anymore. There was a time when it was the community that really supports the family. When I was growing up, I had the pleasure, which I did not appreciate at that time, of the family down the road telling me what not to do, or for me is walking in a straight line, knowing that that family member is there, that is going to tell my parents, going to reprimand me. And if I'm upset about it, when I go tell my parents, I am going to be reprimanded because of it was the family who supports. Today, our society, our young people and not so young people, what we do today is that we have our heads down. And because of social media, we find solace here. And so we're in a zone where the community is shut out. And also we cannot, I would say, butt in. We cannot reprimand or support the individuals the way we would like to support them. And therefore we find a sense of loneliness that takes place. So what you find when individuals are lonely, we're in our heads, we're in our own space. And what happens is that when we think of not worthy enough, not feeling good enough, not believing in ourselves, what happened is that we're given the space for suicide and those unhealthy behaviors to come in. And that's what's happening to us today. Our communities are gone away from the support. And yes, there's still support, but not enough. The dinner table is empty. The children are eating in their own room or in their own space. Yeah, we have the family member, date night was date night. Date night is phone night. It's like individuals are sitting together and they're on their phone. They're not communicating, they're not talking. And that's why we have so much brokenness in our society. So those are the things that are leading to having, to the suicide rate. I just wanted to chime in on that a bit. So when I think about social health, for me, it's the relationship building. It's the core of our society. It's what makes us strong. It's the building block of who we are. You have the family, you have the child, you have the home they're coming from, you have the school, you have the church, you have the community, the groups that we were involved in. And every one of them are compartmentalized to support who we truly are. So we're getting the nuggets from different places. And that's what makes the relationship. It's our overall well-being and the interaction that takes place. It embodies the various dimensions of our social life. Our ability to form and maintain healthy relationship is the core of what it means to have social health. It doesn't take too much because we know what to do. It's just that we have gone away from it and we're not doing the things that we used to do that makes us healthy. So I have 5 nuggets I want to share with you. And the first one is the social support. As I hinted before, it's the community. And I think that you have to select individuals that really you bring into your space, because not everyone earns it. and not everyone you want really in your space, but having a network of friends and families and social connection that really supports you, your values and everything, it is instrumental in supporting you and getting you through those tough times. It's not if those times will come, they will come, but then you have the support that you truly need. And that is what we need to bring back. We need to have the social support. We have gone away, we have lost that. And then number two, we have the interpersonal relationships that need to take place. And those, after you have had the support and the foundation, it's really building and maintaining those healthy relationships. Relationships where it is satisfying and it is characterized by trust, respect. You have empathy and effective communication. What happens is just that we are talking over each other or we're not talking at all. We're talking, but we're not really listening. And so that is the great divide in our communities today. Even in the home, I find where families are coming into church. And we used to come to church together. And I know that for the younger people, they are running late all the time. And I've been through it where I would be telling my daughter, come on, we gotta go. But there are children who are saying, or young people who are saying, I'm not going. That's when the family used to be together. I believe in that the trust is built, it starts at home. It's in the communities, trusting the teacher that you ask God to place there for you, because not everyone that pours into your children are equipped to pour into them effectively. So we ask for that, and we ask that they be empathic. But we ask even when our children make a slip, we create that space where they can come and they can be vulnerable, and we are not beating down on them. We're actually lifting them up. Well, you did something wrong and there is a penalty for that. However, we have to smooth on them. It's not like when I was growing up, it was rough. You do something wrong? No, that's it. Done. Today, you have to find ways. I believe one of the questions was being posed, what are the words that we're using? And we need to be not creative, I want to say, because we have it in us, but we have to be more empathic in building those interpersonal relationships. And one of the biggest thing is effective communication. It is wonderful when I walked on the street this morning. I've never been to your community gathering. I've never been to this the health fair. However, when I walked down, the first thing I thought about was like back home and having everyone getting everything together and having their hands in everything, and getting everything ready before the music starts, before the real thing starts. And that's what we need. We need community engagement. And I must say that Butler, I really give you guys applause, because your ongoing community work is effective in the community, and that's what we need. So I'm going to touch a bit on the church. So the church is placed in a spot where it is ordained. Before I knew the word and understood the calling on my life, it was like, I'm in this community because I choose this community. But you don't choose the community. God placed us in the community, and therefore we need to be effective in the community. So community engagement is the core of where we're at and what we're supposed to do there. And I really have to say again that you guys are doing a great job of being in the community and being effective, and let everyone know that you're here by the work you're doing. Participate in activities and the groups and the organization with the community. You're fostering a sense of belonging. The thing about being in a community is that today, there was time when where I live, I knew everyone. Today we see their faces, but we don't know their names. We watch on television where someone moves into a community and they come over bringing, a jar of welcome, some food and some cookies and something. We don't do that. We're like, who's that? Who just moved in, right? And I do hope that they're great families, right? Not coming to mess this up. Yeah. But what we need to do is that we need to have those community engagement. It is a must, and we have to get back to that. And so, as we know that without communication, there's so much war in our world, right? And it did not start today. Is that every war or every miscommunication, everything that we're having, even in the homes, it is because communication failed somewhere and we're talking and we're not listening. So communication skills we need is possessing the ability to express oneself clearly, listen attentively, resolve conflict. We're not in the conflict fixing business. We're like, it's my way or the highway. And that's not how we get things solved. We know today that we have to sit and you have to listen to the next person. I had to learn that. Sister Andrea, I put her out there all the time because not for her, my spiritual walk at Lincoln was much harder. And as I'm coming around the corner and see something and I'm ready to attack that thing, she'd be like, sister, calm, take your time in getting around. Yes, the way you phrase your words. And I'm like, no. But as you get to a place of understanding, you do things differently. So when we communicate effectively and we're listening and not talking over the same person, we're really building those skills, the communication skills that we need, which is one of the core value, of our social health. It makes life better for us. It makes us feel free that I was able to unload and not being judged. I was able to express myself. I am able to be vulnerable and not afraid for someone to walk away and say, what are you thinking? What was that for? For me too, I have a nephew who we found out he was not doing so well back home. And he had lived as a kid in London with his father, and then he went back home and he's not doing so well. But the community is that there's no support there for him. And also, it is hard for us as the family member to think that mental illness is creeping into our family because it's not supposed to be our family at all. What? So, and we pray through these things, but until we pull the veil, until we take that veil off, we have prayer, we're praying. And by God, we still on our knees, we stay on our knees and pray. And when the prayer, when we think it's not working, we pray some more. But then we have to pull that veil off and really see what it is. And until the family members, us, because I'm pushing, I'm in mental health and I'm like, check this, check that. This is what's going on. Stop, we praying. Until we pull the veil off and start to talk to each other, not talking over each other, then we, the church, we, the family, will not be able to fix what's going on in our communities. We need to talk to each other. We need to respect each other. We need to have those interaction and navigate the social interaction effectively. My nephew was diagnosed as my brother went home. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia. And he's safe today. We're happy, but not being where I'm at and given a platform to speak from that, I would be carrying the shame or the stigma that comes with mental illness. So all these things that I'm talking about ties into the topic of social health, but all the little nuggets are the things that is going to get us to a safe space, healthy space, boundaries, understanding and setting healthy boundaries in relationships, as well as being assertive in expressing your needs, your opinions, your preferences. The young people and not so young people are pulling directions that we don't want to go in those directions, but because I want to fit in, my values can take, the back seat right now, and I'll go with you. So I tell you guys a story. When I was living in the Bronx, I have a few friends, and I really never, I wasn't a party person. I'm a dance. I hear music, I dance, but I'm not a party person. But when I came to the States, my friends were here. So when there is an occasion, I'll go. And so the more I went with them to a dinner dance, the more they would invite me to something else. And I started to see that the money was adding up and everything, and I'm not going to go there. Yeah. So for me, I never learned to say yes to any and everything, but I find that I was saying more yes than no. And I remember when I said to one of my girlfriend one day, she says, "Oh, there's something coming up. The ticket is so much and we're going." And I said, "It's not in my budget. I'm not going." She was like, "What?" And then on the second and third try, I still, different occasions, I would say, "No, it's not in my budget." And then they stop inviting me. But that was great. That was great because I stood up for myself and I was going against the core of my belief at that time, and also going against what I had in my pocket. You understand? So I was not going to spend what I don't have. So I had to set clear boundaries. They came to respect the fact that I was not going to go to certain places. It's worse when I'm in the ministry and I stand up, they were like, "Oh, we're not inviting her." Right. So yes, you know why you're not inviting me? Because you know that there are certain places I'm not going. So you have to be assertive. You have to say yes when you mean yes. And when you mean no, it's no. And it's setting clear boundaries and be assertive when you do that. And so the social connection and feeling a sense of belonging and the connections that you make, as well as the experiencing the social interaction and inclusion in your social network, all ties into your community and helping you with your social health. I actually looked at how we foster these connections and how social media has played into our lives today. And we have to foster connection within the digital age. And I looked at what is out there, and it said exploring the impact of technology and social media on modern relationship is really important too, because we don't want to be left behind. We have to realize that the platforms are good and also not so good. I find that when we, especially us who are walking in faith, or especially who are so grounded in faith, and we're in fasting. We're in fasting, but we're on the phone. And I realized that we too can fast from the phone. It's like you need to put it away and go for a walk. You need to get away from the things that really pulls you away from what your community, your spiritual walk, your healthy walk. I mean, you have to put those things aside. The news, you don't have to listen to the news all the time, because those things plays into the core of pulling us away from having social health. Healthy relationships and enhancing our overall social well-being really ties into everything that I've spoken about today. I want to leave you guys with this. It gets lonely when you decide to stand up for yourself. It gets lonely when you decide to eat healthy, move, go for your walk, have those healthy conversations. It gets healthy when you do, it gets lonely when you do not stand by the water, because a lot of things goes on there when you are standing there to get your water or get your coffee, or so there's so much conversation going on. It gets lonely when you walk away and you don't want to be a part of it. But in order for us to be healthy, we have to take a stand. We have to get to a point where we have to realize that we are being looked at, and the young one is watching us. So we have to make sure that our lives really display a healthy life in our speech, in our walk, in everything that we do. We have to do it. We have to make sure that we're really connecting with the individuals who we're imparting on, and we're doing so in a healthy way. It starts in the home. It's in the church. It's in the clubs that we have, the community centers and so, but the core of it is really and truly in the home. Here at Butler, one of the things that I really appreciate, and I will say it again, is that you are fostering a community of inclusion. And that's what we need. So today, what we do is that we pull the veil off of being judgmental. We pull the veil off of being what we're doing, assuming, and we create a safe space where individuals can come and really unload and know that they're supported in everything that they do, because we're creating really a healthy and safe society. So those numbers that we saw for suicide will come down, but it starts with you and I. Thank you.
Sorry, I should have shared your slides. Like Sister Andrea gave them to me, and but I want to ask, hey, I want to ask a question because you brought up something very important, which is social health and social media. So statistics are showing that millennials and Gen Zers are the most globally connected we've ever been, but we're also the most lonely generation. We're the loneliest. And it's a point of anxiety a lot of times for I try to text Rev. Rev hardly ever texts me back. He would rather get on the phone. I would rather text you and avoid I don't know, like because we've grown up so much on computers, it's like, this just feels more comfortable. But like it does put us in a place of social isolation. So for millennials and Gen Zers, what we are seeing is we're a lot more awkward or less able to connect face to face than previous generations. So how do we bridge that gap?
So one of the things that I really think that we need to get back to, that family time, or that time where we have, where we're speaking to each other. When someone texts me, I'm like, "Red." I want to have those conversations because there's so much lost in the translation, especially the Gen Zs are like, they're using
yes.
codes. The Gen Zs, they're using codes. And for me, I really don't understand codes. I really don't want to speak in codes. I really want to talk to you so I understand exactly what you're saying.
Mhm.
So we need to get back to that. And another thing is that, yes, we're connected all over the world today. But because we're so connected, I don't know, for me, if you go on my page, I have so many friends. My word, where did they come from? I don't even I don't know them. And really now you ask to friend me and I don't friend you because I don't know you. I want to have this connection. Another thing is that I knew that we were online, but I wanted to be in person. I'm more of a personal person. I love those conversations. I love to look across from you and see who I'm talking to. I want to go out with someone and see how you're heated, and see if you're so I am that person, and I think we have lost that in our
Yeah.
community. I have a niece, she's the most beautiful young lady, my grandniece, and I tell you this, she's 13 years old. And I said to her the other day, with grandma, we had to sit upright. So today, even today for me, when I sit upright and I walk with my shoulders there. Now, my little niece, as cute as she is, she's down here. And we need to get away from that. And that's it. People are really lonely because when I'm communicating with you, I'm not seeing you. I can just say anything, and that's how bullying gets.
Yeah.
Really, it's a big thing because we can hide behind that. I want to tell you you're no good. I just do it. Tell me to my face. We don't do that, and
Yeah.
it's a loss for a society, and we need to get back to that. In my Sunday school class, the kids know that when I'm teaching, it's an issue. So what I used to go with a little basket and I say, drop the phone. And I go to pastor's children first, drop the phone.
Oh, goodness.
Yes. So now what I did up to last week, I said to them, I said, oh guys, so you have your Bible. It's a phone. You have the Bible, so let's go there. So we're using it now to let them know, because even in church, the kids are texting
Yeah.
and everything. So it's a loss of communication. And my daughter said this to me many years ago, before we were doing, what was it before it wasn't texting, it was where you send someone, I forgot what it's there, I forgot. But you send a message and then they'll call you back.
Oh,
It was,
paging. The pager?
yeah, beepers. And my daughter said to me, she met someone, and this person, Mom, this person don't know how to write, don't know how to talk and everything. And we're seeing it today with our young people, is that they're awkward. You understand? They can't have those conversations. We're seeing it in their writing. I have adults that when they write a note, I have to go over it the way they're writing. It's a loss to our society. And we need to get from. So what we need to do is that we need to support, and really, we can tell them that don't do this, don't do that. But like you stated before, what are the words that we're using?
Yeah.
What are the empowering words that we're using to lift them up at the same time? So when we say, don't do this, do that, they don't take a whiff of it, but they take the time and come to it. So we have to be gentle with the things we say. You understand? We have to be gentle. We have to be supportive. We don't have to be penal. And so that is what is going to get us back to where we are. Because even today we see we're having individuals out there and they're protesting, but when I sit with some people, what are you protesting about?
They don't know.
They don't. Really. So it's a loss in our society. It's those communications that we need to bring it back in the home. Wife and husband not talking to each other, sisters and brothers not talking to, even in the church, we come to church and we're not talking to each other. I'm over here, you stay in your corner, you're in your small corner and I in mine. We need to get back. We need to have those space where we get back, we eat together, so we talk together. It's the core.
It is the core. Like, a sister came by the church today. She doesn't go to this church, but she just popped in because she heard stuff going on in Butler community. So she just came in. Oh, sorry. So she just popped in and she's a millennial mom, she's a single mom, and like she wanted to know about if we have online services. I was like, yes, we have online services, but I want you to come in to church. And she was just like, nah.
Yeah.
I'm more comfortable being at home, and Sunday as a single mom is my only day of rest. How do we get someone who's in that mind frame to see that being physically in church is also part of social health? Like, I don't like, I'm trying not to, like you said, use like penal language, being like, I'm not gonna give you fire, hell, and brimstone because you want to stay home. Like, no. But like, how do we gently encourage people, especially like, sorry, let this person in. Like someone who's a millennial mom in her position, how do we get her to see that coming into church and bringing her kids into church physically is also a part of social health?
That's what Jesus did. That's why he was able to gather thousands to listen to him. We have to be, I always say that these 3 C's are continuing to override, supersede, or spiritual reality. It's always this balance between flesh. So comfort, convenience, and consumerism are the 3 C's that are overriding and they relate to our physical senses, overriding the spiritual aspects of it. Jesus addressed that directly, and we have to think through, strategically plan how to do that with intention that it be followed up with the spiritual meat that is fully prepared. Jesus, of course, did that and was able to do it because he's the Son of God. But we have to do it with that same degree of intentionality, with that same degree of substance and spirituality, so that after the physical need is met, then the spiritual needs.
Yeah. Good moment.
Not going back. What COVID has taught us, virtual work, you're not going back.
And also the thing is that when you meet her, like Pastor just said, we meet in her where she's at. Because many of us did not come back. In our church, we still have people who are comfortable at home, but they're in the stores, right? And they're all over, but they're still not comfortable. So we need to take care of us first. We have to demonstrate what we're doing. But when you say yes to her, we really love to have you in church. But yes, go online, because I'm not going to miss the opportunity to have you hear the word, but I'm going to take your no, because I am gonna have you church at some point. May I have your number? Cause I'm reaching out to you constantly. How are you doing? Like she says, how can I help? You know, and at that time, you having this community thing today? What? It's that time I'm gonna say, I'm inviting you to bring the children.
Mm,
Yeah.
mhm.
So we don't lose an opportunity to tell someone indirectly using a different, what God has done and what God can do for them, but bring them in any way, by any means necessary.
By any means necessary.
For February heart to heart began. So, first of all, to single to provide, to show them love, and but also be holistic in that approach. You would be surprised the pushback. You can't just single parents. What about, what's a single parent? All these issues around, well, what about the family? Well, what about the, why we focus on the single, and it lost its momentum because we did not, as a church, prayerfully understand the underlying thread through which Jesus operated, did things as it relates to these matters of transformation.
Mm.
Collaborate and work together. You need that working worship committee, working volunteer.
Mhm.
Their outreaching there.
Supportive. It's really funny that I have one of my elders, her father, he's gone home now, but she always speak about back home. He used to be in the bar with these men that were in the bar, and people would be like, Pastor, what you doing? He was a pastor. What are you doing? He says, yeah, I go fishing for men. Yes, he goes in the bar. So is that whether you're single, whatever is happening with you, wherever we meet you where you're
Where you
at,
are.
and then bring you in. And that's how we do. Because if you're pushing away from me, I'm pushing further.
Yeah,
Yes, I'm gone.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think like one of the challenges, like in church communities, is like we're always wrestling between the reality versus the ideal. Like some people feel triggered by, let's have something focused on single moms. The people that feel triggered are often like, well, perhaps that's not the ideal. We don't want to feed, but it's like you're saying, like you have to meet people where they are.
One of the strongest, my pastor came out of the prison ministry. He was one of the leading person in the first church. And what happened is that over the years he grew, and my pastor too, my minister, both of them worked together in the prison ministry. But for years, he's a lawyer. For years, his thing was the prison ministry, and so his heart is there. Our minister is from the army as well, and so he kind of know, and he says not but God. So he meet those people, but it's prison ministry. That's the core of where my pastor came from. Yeah.
Mm.
So we need to go. We can't be afraid. We can't be afraid. Yeah. No, fear has no place with us. The thing is that we need to remember where we were. Yeah, where we were. It's different for every single one of us, but we were someplace.
Right.
Yes. And we need to meet those things.
Online is good.
Online is good.
Yeah, online
is good.
but you're gonna pull them out. Yes, pull them out.
I just thought maybe we should Sunday when we ban one line so that everybody has to come. No, if I go that.
No, just. Right, like we're not going back to the world before streaming
That's
church
right.
services. We're not going back, like. Gotta work with it. Yeah.
How are you gonna bring them out? Is that we have to go into our bags and pull out all the different things and
Yeah,
pull them out because they will come. You're gonna stay online, you're gonna get word, you're gonna get the feeding, but there's something that we have to do to pull them out. So we have to bond together.
yeah,
That's the
Yeah.
distinctive that community. The ability to connect socially, person to person. So with using our online platforms, yes, they're great at disseminating information, and that's how the world uses it. But the barrier is the person to person connection. And that's also the need that may, you know, and this is just my hypothesis, contribute to the increase in mental illness in some regards, the isolation that comes from the overuse of technology. And, you know, the church, I think, is at a key position within that whole field to bring the person to person element along with the online element, ministry.
yeah.
People want to forget.
Yeah. Friends, not friends.
Yeah.
Not social network friends.
Wanna touch.
Yeah. Your emotion, not just the emoji.
Emoji, goodness. Goodness gracious.
And then the whole thing, to build emotion within it.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, I don't know how successful they'll be. I mean, you know, these inventors, they're very, very intelligent, of course, but I think the human component can never be replicated.
Never.
That is always God breathed.
Yeah.
Spirit can never be, you know, technologized or, you know. Yeah. Oh, the Matrix. The one.
The singularity. All right, we're having more and more people join us here online. Let's give another hand for Sister Moko. Like, very, very nice. I'm so sorry once again. I should have ran your slides. You come again next year, I'll personally run your slides. I got you. All right, so up next, we're going to have Dr. Jarrett speak to us. Dr. Kelly Jarrett's going to be speaking to us now, not so much about social health, but getting back to our physical health. He's going to speak to us about hypertension and heart failure. All right, Dr. Jarrett, can you come on up to the floor? Yeah, he's in. Yeah, let him in. All right, we see you, we see you. All right, and I'm gonna spotlight you for everybody. And
Hi, everyone. Can you all hear me?
yes, we can.
All right. So I believe this is my is it third or fourth year?
At least for me, 30.
3? Okay. All right. Well, I've been doing this for a while. So, well, thank you again for having me. I Today I want to talk about hypertension, high blood pressure. Um, I don't have any slides, but I'll be talking from some talking points. And this, and also heart failure. And this is an important topic because it's so common, and I just want to just educate you a little on this, and I anticipate some questions at the end of the presentation. So hypertension is diagnosed when the blood pressure is consistently over 130/80. So when you go to the doctor, or if you have a blood pressure monitor at home and you check your blood pressure, the upper number is called a systolic number, and then the lower is the diastolic. So anything over 130/90. However, between at this stage, this is considered stage 1 hypertension, and most times do not necessarily qualify for immediate drug therapy. So if you're at this stage, your doctor will likely try to work with you. There's a feedback. Is that all right? Is that okay? So your doctor will try and work with you, either some changes in how you do things, such as, are you eating too much salt? Are you exercising? Are you overweight? Are there things that you can do? So so that's typically the kind of the first approach at this stage. I just want to give you some statistics. So hypertension affects about 30% of U.S. adults. About over 70 million people uh, have hypertension, with a prevalence of over 65% in persons older than 60. So about 1 in 3 adults. Hypertension disproportionately affects African American, with over 45% of African American males and about 46% of African American females affected by high blood pressure, compared to the national rate of 33%. So there's a 12% discrepancy in African American versus the general population. So attributable risk factors are about 41% of all cardiovascular deaths from MI, heart failure, and stroke. So that means that 41% of people who die from these conditions, they have high blood pressure. So it's a significant risk factor in morbidity, that's complications, and mortality, death. So so hypertension is also known to increase the risk of chronic kidney disease and also dementia in later life. So it has, significant morbidity in terms of complications, so affecting your kidneys, and also leading to major neurocognitive deficits, dementia. So there's also a direct relationship with increasing blood pressure and the risk of cardiovascular disease. So an increase in the upper number, the systolic number of 20 points, or 10 points in the diastolic number, leads to a doubling of the risk of cardiovascular deaths, regardless of age. And then we despite blood pressure being recognized, and there's improvement in treatment and different treatment modalities, nearly half of the hypertensive population remains poorly controlled, so not well controlled. So just to give you a perspective, this is old data from the American Heart Association, but they say about 55% of people living with high blood pressure are controlled, about 76% are currently treated, but and then 83%, about 83%, they're aware that they have high blood pressure. So they're about 18% are undiagnosed, and that's a large number, with about 37 million people at that time, of those with high blood pressure are not controlled. So that's pretty significant. So in general, there are a group of doctors that there are experts in hypertension, and they kind of give us guidelines like how to treat, and so we follow these guidelines. In the general population, if you're above 60 years, so if you're older because you're at increased risk of complications, um, they recommend treating with your blood pressure over 150 over 90, and also and treat to the goal of less than 150 over 90. So so this has been known to decrease fatal strokes. And then also, there's a 21 reduction in deaths from any cause, and also a 64 reduction in heart failure. They did a trial, and older adults, over 80, frail adults were excluded. So this is more like between 60 and 80. There was another big trial which kind of contradicted the recommendation, and may have supported even lower blood pressure targets. Um, so they had two groups, and one group was had a lower blood pressure target, and they there was a reduction in the cardiovascular events. However, with that, came other complications, such as hypotension, low blood pressure, acute kidney injury, syncope, passing out, and other changes in the blood. Your electrolytes changes. So the point of this is that you know basically you don't want your blood pressure to be too high and to be too low, right? So there's like so you kind of have to like find the kind of a sweet spot, because there are complications with very low blood pressure and there are complications with high blood pressure. And the older you get, if you remember the first data that I present, like older, there's these expert, they recommended a higher blood pressure goal, which is less than 150 over 90 for patients over 60. Um, there are other recommendations that apply to patients with diabetes or chronic kidney disease. So their recommendation is less than 140 over 90, um, and and also there are other societies that recommend 140 over less than 140 over 85. Um, the this group takes a little they're a little conservative, I would say. There's another major um so yeah, so there's another other societies such as the American Heart Association and the American College of Cardiologists, with respect to diabetes and chronic kidney disease. Their target is less than 130 over 80. And I think most doctors use this target. Um, but essentially, I think the gist I want you to kind of understand is that there are complications with very high blood pressure, and there are complications with very low blood pressure. So this is why it's important for you to, follow up with your doctors, and kind of know generally where your blood pressure is, and also be aware like if you're not feeling well, maybe to check your blood pressure. Should you be taking your blood pressure medication if you're not feeling well? Maybe your blood pressure is low. And if taking your blood pressure can even lower your blood pressure even more. So having, like a blood pressure monitor at home, can be very valuable. There's some, let me see. Right. Okay, so I also wanted to talk about heart failure, and this is also directly related to high blood pressure. Um, so in general, heart failure is when the heart muscles in the heart wall, they're weakened, and they become enlarged. They're not able to pump blood adequately. So if you remember, the heart has four chambers: two upper chambers, two lower chambers. Um, and blood, goes from the right side of the heart, pumps blood to the lungs to get oxygen, and then that oxygenated blood comes back to the left side of the heart, and then it pumps that oxygen to the rest of the body, right? So generally speaking, simply, kind of, that's what the heart does. So if there is a strain on the heart is going to change, and the muscles are going to initially become thick in order to function normally. But then after a while, those muscles are going to weaken. So your body is very smart, and your body is always trying to protect you. And the analogy that I give to patients is, if you're walking outside every day, what's going to happen to your foot? Barefooted. If you're walking outside barefooted every day, what's going to happen to your foot? You're going to develop calluses, right? So that's the body. The skin is going to thicken to protect you. So the same thing happens in the heart, right? So if it's pumping against a high blood pressure, it's going to become thicker and thicker, but there's a limit to that. And so after a while, then the muscles kind of like just weaken out. The chambers become larger than they should. Then the heart is not able to relax adequately and not able to pump blood adequately to the rest of the body. We talk about the left side of the heart pumping that oxygenated blood to the rest of the body. So it's not able to do that job. So heart failure is called congestive heart failure when fluid builds up in various parts of the body. So there is, what we call left or right heart failure. So if the blood is coming from the left side of the heart, from the lungs to the left side of the heart, if the blood is not able to pump adequately to the rest of the body from the left side of the heart, is going to back up into the lungs, right? The left heart failure usually leads to fluid in the lungs, right? And we call that pulmonary edema or fluid in the lungs. If it's on the right side, and the most common cause of right-sided heart failure is left-sided heart failure, because it basically just backs up to the right side, and then the right side backs up to the rest of the body. So now you're having swelling in your legs and in your thighs, right? And you're like wondering what's going on. Now, the leg swelling is not necessarily specific to heart failure. So you may want to consult with your doctors if you're having leg swelling. Could be due to other things, just to clarify. So, so for example, if you have kidney failure, right? If you have liver failure, if you have your veins aren't working well, that can also lead to leg swelling. So, leg swelling usually not very specific to heart failure. There are all things that can cause that. So you want to consult with your doctor. How do we what are some of the ways that heart failure can be diagnosed? On a clinical exam, like I said, like if there's like fluid buildup in your body, your lungs, the doctor might suspect heart failure. Other things that can help us is like an ultrasound of the heart. So the ultrasound actually gives us a great picture of what the heart is doing. Is the heart relaxing well to receive the blood? Is it pumping blood adequately? Um, and we call the relaxation phase, we call that diastolic. And then the pumping phase, we call that systolic phase. So, and then are the valves working well? So the valves in the heart, they're designed to push blood in one direction, right? So is the blood now is are the valves a little like damaged, and then is some of the blood coming back in the opposite direction, like too much? You might have some a minimal amount of blood when the valve closes, but if it's damaged because the heart is changing, and then too much blood is coming back in the opposite direction, you may have that backup, that fluid backup that I talk about, that fluid buildup. So the ultrasound of the heart can detect all of this, and it's a great tool to help doctors and to help you understand what's happening in your body. So what are some of the causes of heart failure? High blood pressure, heart valve disease. So the valve disease, like I talk about, may be primary. So you may have been. Some people are born with heart valve disease, or sometimes you acquire or you develop these over time. Diseases of heart muscle. So going along with that is coronary artery disease. So if you have a block, coronary artery disease is blockage, the plaque buildup, fatty deposits building up in the coronary arteries that serve the heart, that bring blood, oxygenated blood to the heart, right? So we need oxygen in order to move, in order to carry out the processes, um, and for energy, right? So oxygen is needed. So if the heart muscle is damaged, that can also lead to heart failure, right? If you have like coronary artery disease or heart disease, like infection of the heart or infection of the heart valve. So if you have infection or or some infection, whether outside the heart or inside the heart, that can always also lead to heart failure. Abnormal heart rhythms. So if you're experiencing palpitations, are you having abnormal heart rhythms? That can also contribute to heart failure. Um, so some other things that can lead to abnormal heart rhythms is like sleep apnea. So are you sleeping well? Are you snoring at night? Are you when sleep apnea means that you stop breathing significantly, and then your oxygen drops during the night, and that can lead to changes in the heart, can lead to irregular heart rhythms. Being overweight, which also um, can contribute to sleep apnea. Diabetes, because diabetes also accelerates the plaque buildup process, right? So it causes these blood vessels to harden, and so that process of the coronary arteries in your heart, and also the arteries outside of the heart to build up plaque, it also accelerates that. Thyroid problems. So if you have thyroid problems and you're having palpitations, the thyroid hormone, it regulates metabolism. So that can speed up your metabolism. It can lead to, if you have too much thyroid hormone, that can lead to your heart beating too fast, palpitations, and that can lead to heart failure because the heart is not designed to consistently beat at a fast rate. Alcohol or drug use. So alcohol, a lot of people, they don't know this, but alcohol can have a direct effect on the heart, and also indirectly, it can also increase the blood pressure. Other drugs, so like cocaine, other um, uh, um, drugs that increase the heart rate, um, and affect your nervous system, that can lead to these changes in the heart, and also certain types of chemotherapy. So so this is why it's important to talk to your doctor, and ask questions, and spend time with your doctor. um, so the other thing is, like smoking, it can also affect your can also increase the risk of heart failure. um, so what are some of the signs of heart failure that someone might experience? So we talk about the fluid buildup, but you might experience shortness of breath, especially when lying down, right? So when we lie down, that fluid may settle in the lungs, and you're not able to breathe, right? So if you think, like when you're standing up, right, it's gravity. Everything goes down, right? So that's gravity, right? That's why you have leg swelling, because that's just gravity, right? But when you're lying down, that fluid may settle in your lungs, and you may become more symptomatic. Feeling tired, feeling run down easily. You just feel tired all the time. Coughing or wheezing, especially when you exercise or you lie down. Swelling in the feet, ankles, and legs. Weight gain, like a rapid weight gain, like you're just gaining weight over a short period of time. That's probably fluid buildup, and like confusion, because the brain needs blood to function. So if you're having heart failure and you're not pumping blood throughout the body, that can affect your thinking also. You can become lethargic, you can become confused, right? Um, so what are some of the things, like if you have heart failure, that you can do, right? So um, follow up with your doctor frequently. Ask questions. If you're a smoker, quit smoking. Take your medications. Ask questions about your medications. Um, you want to weigh yourself daily, because, like I mentioned, sometimes if you're not taking enough or the right medications, you can have that fluid buildup. And if you notice like a rapid gain in weight, that's most likely fluid that we can treat, that can be treatable. So tracking also your fluid intake. So some patients with significant heart failure, we limit their fluid intake so that they don't have this fluid buildup. And of course, monitor your blood pressure daily. Um, if you're able to lose some weight, under the supervision of your doctor, that also is recommended. Avoid or limit alcohol and caffeine. So alcohol, like I said, has a direct effect on the heart. Is actually cardiotoxic in certain concentrations, and also caffeine can increase your heart rate, right? You may also have like an underlying abnormal rhythm, right? So these can also affect your heart failure. Also, eating a healthy diet with low sodium, low saturated fat. So that's like fried food, saturated and trans fat. So that's the bad fat that can build up in your arteries. And eating less salty food. Also trying to be active as much as possible. Let me see if I do want to just I don't want to over give you too much information, but if anyone has questions, I'm willing to spend some time to answer some questions.
We have a question. We turn it around so you can see her. And I'll reiterate her question, of course. Yeah, go for it.
So much for the presentation. But you said something that seems counterintuitive about the water retention, and we should limit our fluid intake. Should I not be drinking more water when I'm thinking that I'm running up at my ankle?
Are you able to repeat the question?
Hold on one second, doctor. Go for it. Did you hear the question?
I heard part of the question, but are you able to repeat the
Yeah, I'll repeat
question
it.
for the person?
So basically what she's saying is, you said something that's counterintuitive for us. If water intake or fluid intake could be not the greatest thing, should we not be trying to drink more water? Like, that's always the advice that we often hear from doctors, drink more water. So how do we address that paradox in our mind? Is drinking more water good or bad if we're trying to avoid heart failure?
Yeah, so that advice is in the context of somebody having heart failure, right? So their heart is not functioning like a normal person. So so remember I talk about the pump, the heart being a pump. So whether the heart is not relaxing in order to receive the blood accurately, or it's not pumping the blood throughout the body, that means it's going to back up into the body. So you don't want to take in too much water. And as that's actually a great question, because yes, in general, for somebody without a heart failure, we want them to be hydrated. We want them to be to be drinking enough fluid, because at any point your brain, like I mentioned, and your kidneys, they take up about 60% of the blood flow in your body. So the brain about 30%, the kidneys about 30%. So you want to be hydrated. But for this population, if you're diagnosed with heart failure and you're having this fluid buildup, then you want to limit like the amount of fluid. So we're not going to say not to drink enough. We'll give you some recommendation, like how much to drink, and monitor you. Also, if you're building up fluid, there are medications that can take off that fluid. Um, and 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 um, and sometimes if you have excess fluid on, then the kidneys aren't actually getting enough blood flow. So it can be tricky. Also, for patients with heart failure and kidney failure, those are the most difficult patients. It's always a balance, because the kidneys love fluid, and the heart, the if you have heart failure, we have to limit the fluid. So you have to, for those patients, we have to prescribe and tell them you're going to be drinking this amount of fluid, so that your kidneys are getting enough fluid, but it's not too much for the heart. So your doctor will give you recommendation, if that's the case. So we're talking about So for somebody who is healthy, no heart failure, no kidney issues, I mean, your body can deal with as well. You don't want to drink too much water, but you know, if you're drinking like 2 liters or even 2.5 liters a day, like 8 to 10 glasses of water a day, your body can deal with that because your kidneys are smart. So your kidneys will always get rid of excess water, right? So, but if you have heart failure, so that's a different category. You want to limit the amount of fluid that you take on because your heart is not able to deal with it. So so in that context, you want to limit the amount of fluid. You may already be on some medications that can also take off the excess fluid. And part of that, like I mentioned, is like your salt intake. You don't want to be eating salt, too much salt, because salt retains water, right? So if you're eating salty food, you're going to just be retaining water, and then your heart is not going to be able to be pumping the blood around your body. You're going to be feeling lethargic, you're going to be feeling tired. You're going to maybe have fluid in your lungs, fluid in your body. um so so and then, like I mentioned, the next category is like somebody with heart failure and kidney failure. Then that needs a lot of attention, a lot of education, um, because if you have two of those organs failing, you have to have a balance because the kidneys like fluid, like the water, but the heart does not in the case of heart failure. So it's a balance in that population.
Oh, sorry, we have another question here. Go for it.
Two questions.
2 questions.
One, can you ever get, can you ever be healed or totally healed from high blood pressure as a chronic illness, like, from exercise or diet correction, where you don't have to take medication? And two is, I don't know, we just say when your foot or your arm goes to sleep, is that an indication of
Yes, good.
heart, cardiovascular illness, or maybe a premonition that you're approaching some sort of cardiovascular issue?
All right. So the first question. So right. So remember I talked about that there are risk factors for high blood pressure, right? So one of the things that when we get a medical history, we ask patients about their family history. So some people they have very strong family history. So what are we talking about? We're talking about genetics, right? So some people um no matter what, right? So that you cannot choose who your parents are, right? You're born with certain genetics, and that kind of dictates what illnesses you might experience. So that may lead to high blood pressure. And then there are secondary factors. So, for example, if you're overweight, are you drinking a lot of alcohol? You're drinking caffeine that can increase your blood pressure, right? So, those things. The, so what I'm trying to point out is that there are modifiable risk factors and non-modifiable risk factors. So depending on the degree of your high blood pressure, if this is just from a family history, a genetics, um, uh, it may not be necessarily curable in that case. If let's say you lose weight or you cut out other things. I mean, I have a patient that's young, and he had actually was fortunate. He ended up on dialysis because of high blood pressure, just very high blood pressure in his 30s, and he wasn't aware. His kidneys were damaged, and he was on dialysis um, because of a strong family history. So, but whereas now you have other patients, they may develop high blood pressure because they've gained weight over the years or they're drinking alcohol. And so maybe cutting out alcohol, their blood pressure can come down and they don't need to be on blood pressure medications or losing weight. And I'm sure you've heard of the injectable medications that some of our patients have benefited from that have led to weight loss. I'm sure you've heard about the like Oprah's on these injectables and other celebrities. But a lot of patients are on these medications. They've lost weight, and of course, you've heard about bariatric surgery. So with those medications and with bariatric surgery and patient losing weight, their blood pressure also improved to the point where they don't need medication. So so it depends. Um, and that's why you need constant monitoring. So yes, it can happen, but it depends on your family history, how strong your family history is, and and those things we can't change. They're not really modifiable because you're born with this genetics. So if you have a strong family history, you may always need to be on blood pressure medications. Um, but if not, and if there are other modifiable risk factors that can be addressed, you may be able to get off those medications, such as weight loss, cutting out other secondary things like alcohol, substance use, caffeine, that might help you to get off medication. The other question, I think it sounds as if a person having numbness, was that the question? Is that a was it numbness in a particular part of the
Yeah, she's
body?
asking like when your leg or your arm falls asleep, is that an indication or a possible indication of cardiovascular
Yeah.
issues, disease? I'd be wondering that myself.
Yeah, maybe. It maybe, right? So, I mean, right, numbness can be caused by multiple things. It can be the nervous system. It can usually, so females, when they have a heart attack, they have different symptoms than male. So they may have numbness in their arm, they may have nausea, sometimes just feeling off, um, um, rather than the typical chest pain. So that could be a sign. The other thing it could be to, like, if it's happening in the legs, it could mean that you have some plaque buildup right in the leg. So we call that peripheral artery disease, which is similar to coronary artery disease. So that's coronary or heart artery disease is disease in the heart itself, the plaque buildup in the heart. So if the plaque builds up in the rest of the body, that's peripheral artery disease. So that can also lead to numbness and pain, right? So depending on, like, your risk factors, your presentation, it can be multiple things.
Thank you, doctor. I'm feeling informed and a little bit scared, but God is good. Yeah, we have
Yeah,
another
I
brother
think
here who has a couple more questions.
okay, great.
So if you have a muscle ache, would that cause you to have numbness?
Like if you have a muscle ache in your shoulder, would that cause your arm to be?
A muscle ache in your shoulder, would that cause anything harmful?
Your arm to go numb?
Does a muscle ache in your shoulder cause your arm to go numb? Do muscle aches cause numbness?
So if, like, a muscle ache in the shoulder, could that be a cardiovascular be related to a cardiovascular issue? Yeah, sure. Yeah, like I said, especially for females, their symptoms can be atypical. So like if you're having like numbness in your neck, your shoulder, arm, that's reason to go check it out with your doctor. Um, uh, if we're talking about coronary artery disease, like a blockage in your heart, then one of the initial tests to do is like a stress test where you would run on a treadmill, or if you're not able to run, the doctor, cardiologist can give you medicine to stress your heart and to look to see if there is some abnormalities with you getting that oxygen to your heart muscles. So yes, so all these are signs of possible heart disease. So I always recommend, just if something's happening that's different, that's off, to talk to your doctor. You know, and some of these can rise to being urgent or emergent, right? So you may need to even go to the emergency room to get more urgent evaluation if your doctor is not readily available. But I think that yeah, these are all like signs that heart disease can be a problem, or can be imminent, and lead into bigger things. So just be aware of your body, the changes in your body. If you notice something different, talk to your doctor. It's important that you have a good relationship with your primary care doctor, because that's kind of the first line doctor that kind of like coordinates everything. So that's going to be important for you to have that good relationship with your doctor.
All right, thank you, doctor. We have another question. Go ahead, brother.
Fluid into, get most of your fluid from the foods, like vegetables.
He's asking you to speak up just a little bit.
Like vegetables and fruits. We have to be cautious with that one too. Not just drinking water, but actually eating out.
In the context of heart failure.
That beneficial.
Yes, or just in
I can
general. Is
actually
that
speak on
beneficial?
that if that's okay.
Yeah.
The answer is yes. You have to watch both your fluid consumption with beverages and food as well.
Yeah, in the context of heart failure, yeah, everything counts. Yeah, and also I would say diabetes. So like a lot of patients, they're like, oh, I'm eating fruits and vegetables, right? But that's like sugar, right? So you also have to you have to know what you're putting in your body, right? So like I had a patient, she was eating grapes all the time, and she's like, my A1C is not doing bad. I'm like, you're eating grapes. So either you take mealtime so that you can enjoy your grapes, because your sugar, when it goes up, it's not being matched with your insulin output, or you have to cut back on the grapes. So yeah, yeah, in general, we say fruits and vegetables are good for you, but like in the context of other diseases like heart failure, diabetes, you want to consult with your doctor to make sure you're doing the right thing.
All right. Can we all give Dr. Jarrett a round of applause?
Thank you very
Thank
much
you
for
so
having
much
me.
for someone said something. Very informative. Yes, very informative. Thank you so much. If you could drop your social media handle or contact in the chat here, I'll direct any other questions that people may have to you, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you so much. All right, so what we're going to do now is possible, we're going to move into the guns down presentation. If our brothers are ready, we good?
Yes.
Okay, so you can either stay there or come up here, be where you feel comfortable.
How y'all doing this afternoon? My name is Brian Arzu. Everybody calls me K. Guns Down Life Up is an anti-gun violence initiative started by the mayor's office. We're stationed out of Lincoln Hospital. Our 3 pillars to try to change the mindset of the youth is prevention, intervention, and community mobilization. Out of all 3, I think prevention is the most important part because it stops the problem before it happens. Intervention is when the problem already occurs and we intervene and try to stop that. We get both parties and try to come to a common ground in some kind of mediation. 9 times out of 10, whoever calls the shots in your neighborhood, we know. That's what makes us credible messengers, because we come from that walk of life, we understand the lingo, we understand the thinking. So we try to change the mindset of the youth. Our 3rd is community mobilization. And that's when there's a shooting response to something that happens in the neighborhood. You will see us in your neighborhood. But we also have 35 other CMS sites, which is crisis management systems. So we have brother and sister companies. So you won't just see Guns Down Life Up. You won't just see SOS. You won't just see SUV or RTG or other CMS sites. But we will be in your neighborhood to let the community know that we're aware of the problems and to let the community know that we have resources to try to counteract these things. We realize that there's a spike in violence between 3 and 8 o'clock. So we try to keep the youth engaged in fashion, media, such as podcasting. We have music programs, we have sports programs. And yes, all of these things are free. All of these things are free from the age of 14 to 24. We also try to teach them job readiness and try to get them employed, because we understand that poverty is the #1 reason for a crime. So we try to give them different things to do, expose them to a lot of things, see what they gravitate towards, and mentor them. We don't just tell them, go do it. If we have to hold your hand and walk through it with you, we will do it. As an outreach worker, my job is to keep a certain caseload. So I have to keep a certain amount of participants and whatever they need. If they need a GED, if they need a high school diploma, if they need a driver's license, if they need me to sit down and hold their hand through the fire, I'm gonna walk through it with them, because that's what we're here for. So we're just here trying to give the youth different views and try to push them in their strengths, diminish the weaknesses, and just give them more options. And that's what our jobs are. This is my supervisor.
How you doing? My name is Ralph Moore. I'm the outreach worker supervisor. And as he explained to you, gun violence is a public health issue, right? So we understand that. In New York City Health and Hospitals, this is their initiative to combat it. So we got outreach workers, we got violent interrupters, we got social workers. So we want to do the work. As you see, we come from the life we dress, you see the swag, so we can relate to them. Because a lot of times, the people that's trying to stop them, they don't even build a relationship. We build a relationship, right? We walk with them, whether they wrong or right. So we with the victims and the one who causes harm. So we with both sides. We go to court for them and we go to funerals. So we see everything. We got a hospital response unit that got pages like doctors. So basically, an incident happens, they come into the hospital, they get paged. They run into the ER.
So, are you headquartered at Lincoln Hospital?
Yes, we in Lincoln Hospital, B75.
Okay, so do you have any like satellite mechanisms that enable you to be more in the community?
Well,
for example, a satellite in the church would be great, in my estimation.
Yeah, it would be. We actually in the community. So community mobilization, we mobilize, we are not in the hospital. We're outside, we got a whole unit outside. We in the streets, you're gonna see us canvassing like police, right? So the police know us. The way the police walk the block, we walk the block too, but we can talk to them and build a relationship and talk to the community. And if they have a kid at risk, if you know any youth that's at risk, and not just youth, any person. Because if you stop at the youth, then you cut your leg off, right? So we know 30-year-olds and still act like they 15, right? So
Are you in the courts? Are
we in the
you
courts,
with the DA's office?
we not with them, but we
Oh.
work with them. As
Okay.
far as they give us, they'll let us know, listen, this kid in the community, because they hot. So they got the DA's office, the NY, they got a whole unit to know everybody.
Right.
But they'll inform us because Darcel Clark, she doesn't really want to arrest our kids. Because the only ones coming in are our kids. So as far as the prevention, she'll give us a call. Listen, can you get to this kid before I do? I gotta do my job. This is my job.
Yeah.
But if I give you this kid's name, I need you to go in that community and try to help him. And a lot of the times, most of the kids, it's the family dynamic that's really affecting the kid. He's lashing out. So we know that.
Yeah.
So they need a big brother. They need a father figure. They need a mother figure.
We need in the courts,
That's-
family court.
No, we in
criminal
the
court.
courts.
Yeah.
We get referrals from the family court. We get referrals from regular court, right? We get referrals from probation, parole, federal parole. If you call us, we're not gonna turn nobody down. So the reason why we mobilize in the community is to inform you. So this might be the first time you heard this, right? That's why we're here. So we have to inform all communities. And if we can't do it, like he said, it's 35 other sites, we'll give them a call. And listen, this kid is in your catchment. I need you to go check him out. And we're gonna help him. And we're gonna make sure we're gonna have activity so he's sitting around idle. That's important for us, right? We know that idle time is a devil's playground. So at the end of the day, that's the stuff that we doing, the music, the media, the podcast is the bait. Oh, you like doing that? Come on. But now that then it gives us a chance to do our job where we mentor them, right? And we're likable. So at the end of the day, I want to be like him. They all looking for somebody to be like, so it's easy for them to get involved in the games. Because the games are available to them. And we know that most people that are doing anything positive in their life, they're doing it. So they ain't gonna come back in the community. They say, I'm too busy trying to get out. This is the first layer of success in their family, right? If you got out, then you getting away and you working. So what we do is we bring that back and we say, hold up. Doc was just on there. I need you to meet him. I need you to see another face that look like yours that's positive and is doing something that you're capable of doing it, right? That's something that we do. So we build those relationships, not just with them, but with everybody, right? You bridging the gap. We're gonna be the meat and the sandwich at the end of the day, right? So that's what we do, right? So we committed our life to it because we gotta influence in the street, right? So we're being positive with our influence. I could be negative with it. I could take that same influence and throw that kid away. Don't kill him. But I'm gonna take my influence and say, nah, we're gonna do this. And whatever I say is cool. So we're gonna make sure that's what we do. That's why I have incredible messages and actually people that walk that life and say, nah, that's not where I want you, but I love you. And if we show them that same love and that same positivity, they feel it. When they going through something, we the ones to call. I get calls at 2 a.m. when they going through something in their house. Nah, don't worry about that.
I'm just curious, what's your background? What makes you fit for this?
I'm from the street. That's what it is. I'm from the street. That's why we credible messages from the street came from the same life. I know what that kid is doing. Right? Our names is you could be from the street, but our from the street is different. Like if people mention our names, like, oh, that's whatchamacallit. Him, that's my dad. They know the name before they even know the person. Now they get a chance to know the person. The big homies, we get them. So that's what makes us so credible because those names is what they chasing. I'm chasing to be the next Mata. I'm chasing to be the next Real. I'm chasing to be the next KP. Well, no matter of fact, meet him. He's telling you not to do that. Right? That's important. Now, what you doing? Get out of here. Come on. And then you could really know the person because the stories behind the people are not really who they are. So it's almost like a dream. You chasing something that's not even there. Mata, the name is a ghost. Mata, the person he's humane. You dig it? So the names that you hear will make you meet the person and the stories don't even match up. So that's what we do. So that's very important that we do that across the city, and we're growing as a crisis management system, and we want to reach the youth. Right?
Yes.
The city has put funding behind it. So we hiring the youth, we taking some of our funding, we get funding from schools and give it right back to the youth. School just gave us 20,000, we gave it back to their kids, we gave them employment. You know? And we already get paid, so what we need more, so we're gonna use that to pay them. Come to here, take these workshops, build a rapport with the kids. So we take our funding, and give it right back to them, instead of taking it and spending it unnecessarily, we giving it to the kids. So that's something that we do here at Guns Down Like Fuck, and it's working.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question. What role does mental health play in helping a kid avoid going down the wrong road?
Well, mental health is probably one of the biggest issues. I'll tell you that right now. You're dealing with the mental health. I don't know how I got there. Some of them happen through stress, right? Through the family dynamic that I talking about. We was with a kid the other day. We doing workshops in the school, right? Principal calls us, listen, there's an issue, we need you to mediate that. We got 7 kids out here, they about to fight with it. We run to the school, the other kids are okay. Build a rapport. When one kid comes in, he's like, I don't care. I'm gonna go back out and shoot whoever. That's his mindset, right? He don't wanna give us no pound. He walks in there to bring his hoodies. He tried to give him a pound. He looked at him and said, he did that to all of us. So we still, I'm over here trying to figure out how am I gonna get to this kid. So it's something, when I see that, I know it's something more. How do I get to that? So as we start talking, we start pitching, he's throwing shots at, oh boy, he got him. He said, you really don't, because when we see that, we know they're more hurt than anything. Right? So, this ain't for you. Because you wouldn't even be in school. He said, the only reason I'm here, he pulls up his ankle. He got him. Oh, you got a case? Now we go to court for him and say, listen, we your big brothers. We went to go see him yesterday. We got through with him, but he still, I don't care, but the more and more we show him that somebody cares about him, and then we find out that his mother passed. Right?
Usually a story.
Yeah. So we know that. We know that most of the time, the last shout is, we had another kid with mental health issues. 3 days, they in the hospital. And nobody knows the last day the kid has a knife, the father's like, he's about to stab everybody. He's like, yo, they called the police. He was in there. I said, hold up. I walk in. You all right? You good, right? He said, yeah. I said, all right, you with me. Kid with mental health, you with me? I told the whole office, yo, he's with me. Anybody bother you with me? Next thing you know, he takes the mask off and he's talking. Not to mention getting the knife back. Yeah, and we got the knife back.
Now,
So
you guys wear uniform, how do you
This
inspire
is-
confidence? How do you inspire confidence in the youth? Most of them are anti-police, how do you?
Well, because now when they with us, they're gonna have police come,
Oh, okay.
right? So we're gonna help them, we the ones that's gonna help build the relationships and gain trust. What I realized with the kid is he was protecting himself. So he wanted somebody to protect him, so he was protecting himself. So what I told him, you with me, I'm your protector. You could relax now. So he was able to relax, because now, so we gotta be able to identify that early. And the mental health aspect is always gonna be there. We don't know what their triggers are gonna be, but the more we build a relationship with them, right? We got therapists in the hospital, so we get referrals from the therapists. We had a bunch of kids that had mental health issues. We dealt with them. One of our kids, Miguel's, he's about to graduate high school in 11th grade. So when he first came in there, he didn't want to talk to nobody. Yeah, he was like, I don't want to talk. So, we gonna do whatever it is. We ain't turn nobody away, and every life matter to us, so. Yeah.
How y'all doing? Name is Martha. I'm a supervisor, violent interrupter / outreach. And I just want to touch on be an incredible message. Doesn't mean that, we was in jail, we sold drugs, anything. Some of us didn't, some of us did. But the bottom line is we know what it is to be outside. Because everybody didn't live with both of their parents, their mom. They lived with one parent that was great. My mother was great, with 2 jobs. So it's just things we chose to do. So that's what I wanted to say. Because a lot of people think because you're a credible messenger, you have to be in jail, you gotta be telling drugs, you gotta be into drugs. No, it's not.
You just outside.
We just been outside.
Yeah.
And we just been blessed not to get in that type of trouble. But seeing everything to know, look, that's not for me. I'm going this way, or get lucky enough to get away what we did and be able to now to tell the story. So that's what a credible messenger is. And I didn't mean to interrupt. I just came because I came from another event. I just came to wish this guy happy birthday.
Today's his birthday.
Love you. Enjoy yourself. Have fun. Have a good afternoon. Happy Mother's Day.
So that goes to show my dedication. I'm here on my birthday.
Speak about credible mission. And that's such an important concept. Because sad reality to our youth, to many of them, the traditional church is no longer credible. How do we reclaim that credibility? How do we,
I would say you have to come to the community. Right? You gotta meet them where they at.
well,
You gotta partner with us. If we credible and we deal with you, you credible. If they think I'm the dude and I say, this is the dude, this is where we at.
well, that's why I talked about satellites.
Yeah.
Because I'm really wanting to create space, satellites.
Yeah.
So that you can have places that you can immediately be right
Definitely.
here in the community, but also be the bridge to the church.
That's what we are. We want to be the bridge, right? We wanted to be the bridge to our CBOs and everything in the community, right? We'll run group in here, right? They don't know what it's like to walk into a church, right? They might think it's one thing,
Right,
they might not realize this is home,
yeah.
right? And when you, so that's something that we would want to do. Like we run groups, right? We could run a group here, we get the youth. But we run the group together.
Right.
Right? So while we run our circles or our restorative justice circles, you'll be part of it, right? We create things where they give back. So one of the things I do is I want to teach them how to give back. Right? It's not about us no more. So once you do that, that's where the healing starts. It's almost like somebody that was on drugs that became a counselor. Like he really changed it. But now he want to give it back. So
Doesn't the antidote come from the poison? So in the same.
Yeah. See, this church has a legacy of history, growing, nurturing young people. I'm thinking Kevin Rock, Councilman, Jamal Bailey, Senate State Senator. The problem is reconstructing the church culture in a way that it continues to be that assemblyman, assembly line, cultivating, giving back, going out, coming back, giving back.
Of course.
You see,
that's what's missing.
Right, exactly. That's it.
Come back and get
That's
back.
why they can kill each other. Because having the same skin tone don't make it. We know that, right? It's almost the same beliefs, right? So what happens is they have no morals, no values. Nobody's teaching them that. So that's what the church is going to do, right? So we need this. This is something important, right? So we want to bring them in this. We do a workshop on morals and values, and the kids don't know that.
Come here and do a workshop.
That's
Yeah,
let's
come to
make
Sunday
it happen.
school.
Come do a more, a workshop.
Yeah. That's what we want to do. We do it on peer pressure, right? All of those things and inside peer pressure is the morals and values. Because it's easy to fall to peer pressure when you don't have that. Because your morals and values is what you stand on. He can't make me go against that. I stand on it. Right? So this is what's missing in the community, and that's something very important. What you're talking about is what we need, not what we want. It's what's needed. Right? So let's make it happen. We start doing our recruitment, it may take 5 years. So what? It may start off with a half a kid, not even a whole kid. We ain't ready. Right?
But it's not only for the children or the kids, it's also creating a mindset of ministry that this is what we who are grown should be doing.
Just of
You
course.
know, we want to sit back and enjoy service and then go home, fix our dinner and
Definitely.
live our lives. But how do we develop a mindset of ministry, of giving back? And that's the challenge in this day and
We
age.
can't give it to them. We can't give it to them direct. Don't tell them. They'll tell you no. Don't tell them what you can't do. I convince people to do things they don't even know I had that plan. I'm not gonna tell them directly, we're gonna do this. I'm like, nope, I ain't doing nothing. Hold on, you're right there?
They're doing it.
Now they doing it, they don't even know. So don't go direct with them because their insecurities is gonna come into play. They don't believe in themselves. So they're gonna tell you no anything that's foreign. Never come at them direct. They already traumatized. Right? They broken down. They don't have that. They don't have that will.
So they don't have role models,
Nope.
real role models.
They role model, they come outside and see the dude on the block.
Say, bro.
But if you take that blueprint, you're gonna be on the block years later, just like him. But that's all they have. They can't, if you speak to the kids now, they tell you they can't leave their neighborhood because they got beef. So if you can't leave the neighborhood that's gonna hold you down, that's what you're looking at. The dude that's in front of the store drinking. So we take them, come on, we out. And we'll pull up in here. We're not gonna tell them. Nah, I'm not gonna tell them. You with me.
Well,
I gotta walk
wherever
through the
we
fire.
go is cool.
Yeah, well, I'm walking through the fire. I ain't even telling him nothing. You hanging with me, just like you hang with the dude on the block. He ain't telling you what's going on. You just walking with him. So we take that same model and we do it here. You with me? I'll come in here. They'll show up. Wherever I go, they gonna go. So I'm gonna lead them in the right direction. I'm not gonna tell them. I'm gonna walk through it.
So your guns down, but you carry?
No.
Okay.
No. Guns down is I don't have to tell you what this means.
Yeah.
Right? You already know guns down, life up. So it's cool. It's made from hip hop. You see the font. The kids, I walk in schools and they'll talk about guns up, life down. 20 minutes later, they talking about guns down, life up. They want the hoodie on, they down. This, I didn't have to even talk to them. They just wanted to wear it. We got these in multiple colors. Everybody want to wear the swag. Right? Everybody wants to wear the swag, so it's trendy, right? This is the New York City skyline. Underneath, it's hip.
Is it free?
But we don't try. You gotta understand this, right? Pop is considered a culture. No, it's considered music. It's music. It's not a culture. Hip hop can't teach them morals and values. They're not talking about it. So if our kids are being led by hip hop, you see the result, right? So we taking this form of hip hop and changing it a little, because we know we can't just say forget hip hop. Then they'll forget you. I ain't messing with you, right? So we working with what they got, what they work with, what they believe in, right? We get the hip hop artists, the drill rappers, the young boys. They catch a case, they gotta come to us.
Do you guys, I know you focus a lot on the youth, but like, Red Raven is a good point, like, we need you guys, your organizations, like, talk to us here, but there are studies from Amy Otis Roberts wrote a book of Preaching to the Black Church. And the Black Church, before integration, we all lived together.
Yeah.
So no matter what your economic status was, we all lived together, and we had more credibility because we were on the blocks, because we lived on those same blocks.
Yeah.
But post civil rights movement, more doors opening, more of us are moving away. We're getting better jobs, getting more opportunities, but that also leads to like us not being in the community and having that credibility. Like a lot of historic Black churches, like Butler, like a lot of us will come here for service, but we're not necessarily living here. And so that creates like a disconnect for people in the congregation where we know we should be caring about what's happening in the streets, but now we don't have a connection as we should. So do you guys also run workshops for not just youth, but adults too, so that we can have the proper mindset and the proper tools mentally, all the tools that we need to like reach our young people?
That's something I could put together. I put together workshops all day, so it's more of an educational workshop on how to reach the community, right? On how to get there. So everything is run like a business. You put a plan together. So there needs to be multiple components of the church, right? There needs to be a community mobilization in the church, right? If you want to get to the community, you need to be out there. Right?
You gotta be out there.
No, it is. But it could start. It could start with the partnership. So we in Lincoln Hospital, we all the way up here. Right?
We're stationed in the South
Yeah.
Bronx.
Catchment is Patterson houses. But we didn't let the city tell us we only gonna be there. No way. The city said, what y'all doing up there? Because the whole world needs to know this.
Not to cut you across, I can't let this go. I can't let this go. I'm glad that you brought up certain things, because I was just talking to one of my coworkers about this the other day. The segregation is so great. I think that when we had our own, we were better off. When we were desegregated, we had our own banks, hospitals, and everything else. As soon as we meshed, we haven't had that again. We haven't had that dynamic again.
That was a historic argument that Malcolm X and King had. Integration or stay and build out.
But on the end, they both realized they were wrong. Martin realized that maybe this passive approach wasn't right. And then remember, after Malcolm took his pilgrimage and prayed next to white Muslims, he came home and said, maybe my hate towards white people is wrong. So both of them in their journeys realized on the end, maybe their mission wasn't.
The middle ground, always in the middle ground.
Yes.
And so the issue for me is how do we create that, what I call synergy, balance, middle, where we're walking the edge on both.
Where you want to go with it? Yeah, you targeting like any great business has a target audience, right? So who you gonna target, what they want, not what you want, right? And then you can put it in. So if you targeting the community, what community you targeting? If you trying to get people from Brownsville and you here, not gonna happen, right? So that's what it is. It's where you want to target, right? It's a business plan because you have a goal, right? We ain't gonna freestyle it. We're gonna be more in the community, right? We're gonna build a relationship. We also gonna show that this is cool, right? Because a lot of times that's what they're looking at. So when if you see a bunch of people move together, people gonna want to be down.
Yeah.
Always remember that. That's why the gangs are popular. Everybody's down. So when we come out strong.
If we can get our youth back in the church,
Yeah.
they will bring the parents.
That's what
they
we
will
want.
bring
So we
the
want to mobilize in the community. We want to actually bring programs and invite them, take some of our funding and give it to them. So that's what we do. So you partner with us and we have an initiative, we get some funding, we say, all right, we're gonna get a certain amount of kids in here, right? Target the kids that are influential. They down, they're gonna bring them in, right? You wanna teach them something. So the moment you teach them something, they know you care. Because at some point, those same big homies that they was looking up to, be the same big homies they wanna kill. Cause they realize those big homies didn't care about them. I get that conversation. I ain't even, forget the kids, I'm going after them. Niggas don't care, they in the way. Because they're gonna realize like you didn't care about me. So it's really about showing them that you care. I'm gonna always tell you the positive, not what's wrong with you? This is what you need to do. And then
When I walk the
they come
street,
back. Yeah.
I'm not worried about anybody over 25. When I walk the street, I'm watching that body language of the 13, 15, 17-year-olds. Because they're the ones that really have no concept of their actions.
Right.
So if my name means something in the neighborhood, for some strange reason, he thinks if he knocks me off, he gets that. So a lot of the times the older guys get in the way. So from the time I grab a participant, there's certain things that I look for. I look for their home environment. Were you raised with your mother and your father? Do you know your mother and your father? I start looking at the economics. If you're only in a one-parent household, do they work? Then I get into their education. All right, you're 19 years old. How are you in the 10th grade? I start looking at that. And then I start looking at drugs and alcohol. Do you use drugs and alcohol? Do the people around you use that? So there's certain things that I can ask and peel back the layers. A lot of the time the kid comes in and I already know he's gang affiliated. I can tell just by his posture. He doesn't have to wear red. He doesn't have to wear blue. I could tell by your posture. And if you won't tell me what gang you're in, I just ask you, where can't you go? From the time you tell me where you can't go, I know whether you're this or whether you're that. I automatically know. One time I took a trip to LA. So I'm eating at Roscoe's. And so the waitress asks me, she looks at me up and down. She says, you're not from here. I said, nah, I'm not. I said, but what made you know that? She said, first and foremost, you're wearing blue in the wrong neighborhood. I said, oh, okay, I get it. I said, I get it. So she said, where you stay? I told her where my hotel is at. She said, I've never been down there and I'm 50 years old. I said, why is that? She said, because man, woman, and child out here knows that you work, party, and live in a 4-block radius. I said, yo, that's sad. I said, the things that I get to enjoy, and I'm not even from here, I get to float around your city whichever way I want to, and you can't even go past 4 blocks. She said, yeah, it is sad. So we understand the walk of life a lot of these kids come from, and we just try to meet them where they're already at. We're not trying to force anything on them. We find out what their interests are, and we just try to reinforce that and just give them a different frame of reference.
And let me tell you something, the church got more power than they think. Honestly.
We have more power if we want to use it.
Yes. I'm gonna tell you what happened is in Jacoby at SUV and Minister Kwame, right? It was a situation that was on the news. It was on 167th, right? There was some youth that was going into the building and beating up the older people, elders, right? I remember that. So we all summoned to the neighborhood. It was really the dudes from Sheridan up the block. They was coming down on bikes. All right. So we all walk up there. We walk up to that block, they all got on masks. It was dangerous.
It was daytime and it got dark.
It got dark. Yeah, it got dark like that. It was all Africans, OTAs, only the Africans, right? They had their masks on. We walk in the block, they like, shit's getting different. What y'all doing here? He's like, nah, we don't care. Get up out of here. Minister Kwame and Sue, excuse me, brother, let me talk to it. Everything stopped.
Yeah.
They knew not to disrespect it.
Right.
Because we might come and look like them. We could look like a threat.
Right.
When he came with his suit on, talking it, mediated the whole problem. The whole block shut down. They couldn't even disrespect him. They knew who he was.
Well, that's the issue. Minister Kwame had a name.
No, but they didn't know him.
Yeah.
They didn't know him at all. They was ready to go because we was in there like them.
Yeah.
They was protecting it, but when Minister Kwame came, they knew he was a minister, the way he presented, the way he carried himself, it changed that thing. It was a little different than trying to like relate to them, right? It was like, brother, you know I ain't gonna we could look like we gonna harm him, right? But the way he came, they knew, they said, this, I know this brother, now I know where he come from, because we all know, right? We know if you walk in here, this ain't a place where you gonna feel like somebody gonna come harm you.
And that's what Reverend is talking about.
Yeah.
How do we get you guys to come in and let Butler be known as a safe?
No, we
Safe
can,
haven.
we can get that's really going out there and bring them back. Right? That's what we want to do. We want to get back into the community, right? And let them know, but we gotta use the bait. They gotta, if you trying to get them, you want to change the future, you gotta get them young. Once they bait, what they like, we need to put music, media, and fashion in. Right?
Guys, we're gonna have to pause it
Yes.
right there, because we have to go to our next speaker, but can we get these brothers?
Yes.
Appreciate y'all, appreciate y'all. I'm gonna give you, appreciate you.
I'm gonna give you my contact.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We appreciate y'all.
All
Happy birthday, man.
right?
Thank you. 45 years young.
Come on. I'm gonna go
Thank
get
you,
some,
y'all.
I'm gonna go get some phone calls. I give everyone.
I'm trying. Good diet and exercise.
Doing a great job. Okay. Okay, yeah. Tell me, come on. All right, brothers and sisters, we're going to continue on. We're having rousing, great, stimulating conversations and much information today. Before we move to Dr. Bent, we have our fire safety officers who are here to give us some information, some important information as well, if they're in the building. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. No, I'm good. All right, so while we're waiting for our fire people to come step back in the door, because our health fair is also outside, people are walking around. Take a moment, stretch yourselves, and we'll be right back. Just a second. All right, so while we're waiting, Sister Paula, you wanna come on up? Like, I see you coming up. I mean,
I just wanted to know that. Yes.
oh, okay, I'll download. Good, it's gonna be good. You will be fine. All right, guys, while we're waiting for our firemen to step back in the door, what we can do is hear a short presentation that was pre-prepared for us. Oh, never mind, here are our firemen. Hey, come on in, come on in. All right, so you can stand wherever you want, like here, or take a seat here. Some people just stepped outside, but we have our people online who are waiting to hear from you.
Sure.
You can start whenever.
Absolutely. My name is Captain Delegati. I'm from the Fire Safety Education Unit. Just indulge me for a few minutes of your time. Usually my lectures are about an hour long. Basically, I'm just going to give you a short abbreviated version. I was told last minute that you had us to speak and stuff, because usually what I'll do is I'll bring a bag and I'll give a little demonstration stuff. But I'll just basically talk about the important stuff right now. Basically, what we talk about is the 3 Ps of fire safety education, which is prevention. So if anything, if you can, because usually when we show up live, we'll actually bring these pamphlets with us on fire safety education, and it'll talk about the 3 Ps of fire safety, which is prevention. And in this booklet, we talk about basically, cigarette smoking, or candles, or electrical safety, or actually kitchen safety. And what we do is we just talk about how to avoid fires. Simple. Could be a refresher course, or it could be something brand new to everybody. Then we talk about the importance of protection, early detection. Having working smoke alarm saves lives. Period. It saves lives. It's early detection, where you could smell the smoke, okay, when it's in its beginning stage. Then if you are awakened by the crackling of a fire, okay, where now the smoke, which is produced by the fire, which also in that smoke is carbon monoxide. So now you're in a smoke-filled environment, okay, where if you had a working smoke alarm, you may not be in a smoke-filled environment, okay, where it's early detection, where you can get yourself and your family out, okay, and also by getting yourself and your family out, that's part of your fire safety plan. So that's part B, okay, of the 3 Ps of fire safety, okay, protection, and then there's planning or escape, having a fire plan at home. A fire drill at home. Anybody retired teacher or anybody work for the school system? How about maybe your employment? Do we have fire drills?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we have fire drills at home also?
Yeah.
Absolutely, we should. We should, because when a person, when it's, especially at night, you got the lights on and everything like that, right? And you could get around that, so you know where everything is and all that stuff, right? But now, there might be a fire in your home, okay? And now the electricity is out, and it's dark. And now throw on top of that, the smoke, which rises, hits the ceiling, then banks down. And on top of that also, the carbon monoxide, which is inside of that smoke, okay? So we have only a few minutes to get out. All right, only a few minutes to get out. That's why we have to practice our safety plan, our fire plan. But how can we avoid that? Prevention. How can we also avoid that? Early detection. Okay, where maybe could be something not in a million years, but you never know. Maybe not yourself, or maybe somebody that you know, maybe somebody that you live with. They still smoke cigarettes, okay? And then they take that cigarette butt, all right, they did the right thing. They put it in a sturdy ashtray, which you're supposed to do, okay? But they didn't pour water into that ashtray. Right now, they put it into a waste paper basket or receptacle. You go off to bed, okay? That thing is smoldering in that waste paper basket, all right? Now, if you had a smoke detector, all right, boom, little smoke, boom, goes off. All right, what's going on? Okay. It's contained, right? It's contained because it's in that receptacle. So now if we had a fire extinguisher at home, all right, we could actually just walk up to it, stand about 3 feet away. Remember the word pass, okay, the acronym PASS. Okay, remember how to spell it, P-A-S-S. So, right, the P stands for pull the pin. Okay, pull the pin. The A stands for aim at the base of the fire. The first S stands for squeeze the handle. And the second S stands for sweep side to side, the back to the way out. Okay, because it's contained, it's in that waste paper basket, right? However, if we didn't have a working smoke alarm, now, for some reason, maybe that waste paper basket can be plastic. Now that plastic burns, and now it's spread to something else. And now, we may be in bed, and now, believe it or not, a lot of people say, "Oh, smell the smoke." Guess what? When you're sleeping, the only sense that works of your five senses is, there you go, thank you. Thank you. She was pointing at her ears. The sense of hearing. Okay, the sense of hearing is the only one that will work. So, yeah, you'll hear the crackling, but now you're in a smoke-filled environment. So now, if the smoke raises to the ceiling, hits the ground, the visibility, basically, now not the best visibility, but better visibility. All right, where it's a little bit easier than standing up, is low to the ground. So you have to get down low, get to a wall. Right? Get to a wall, because all walls leads to windows and doors. But part of your plan is to know where every door that leads to the outside is. Okay, every door that leads to the outside, not a door that leads to a closet. Okay, which can be mistaken. All right, and unfortunately, over the years, fatal fires occur, and we respond. Our unit responds to fatal fires, and we disseminate literature and information to the community. Okay, and plus we bring our media truck on how to basically avoid these things, practice prevention. But unfortunately, people have been found in the closets, yes, in the closets, in a bathtub filled with water, because they think that's going to help them. Because with the fatalities are caused by smoke inhalation, okay, which is, like I said, you have the fire, which produces smoke, and in that smoke is carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide. And anybody here in the medical profession, I thought I saw them out there. I thought I saw them out there. We go to the doctor's office. What's the first thing they put on our finger? There you go. What does that measure? There you go. The oxygen level in your blood. Okay, and carbon monoxide displaces that oxygen level out of your blood. And what's like the number that number that we look at, which causes a lot of concern? If it's under which number? 90? Usually it's under, I believe under 90. When we go to the doctor and it's under 90, sometimes it causes a little concern with the doctor and stuff. So carbon monoxide displaces the oxygen out of your blood. So at first, you're going to feel a little drowsy, and then you can pass out. And then after that, more inhalations of that, it could be fatal. It could be fatal. Okay, that's why it's so important that we have working smoke alarms. Okay, where the fire is is basically in a smaller stage, where if we didn't even put it out ourselves, at the minimum, we can get our family out and get ourselves out and go to a safe location and give us a call and call 911. Call 911, we'll show up. It could be something as simple as maybe something's on top of the stove and maybe it's a grease fire, okay? And it's confined to the top of the stove. Now, if you choose to, you can purchase a fire extinguisher. Okay, I'm gonna grab that fire extinguisher right over there, because it's the same, the ones that you can purchase in some sort of, some home improvement store, okay? The ones that you can purchase in some home improvement store is the little brother or little sister of this. I'm not gonna explain. Don't worry. You have to leave. What is it doing? Okay. You can buy. I'm sorry. You can purchase these in packs of two. Okay. Usually they have them at like a Lowe's, Home Depot, any home improvement type of store, a hardware store too. But make sure the one that you purchase for your home is for category A type of fires, category B type of fires, and category C type of fires. Now, category A, ordinary combustibles, clothing, paper, wood, plastic, anything that that could catch fire. Right? Category B, okay, liquid fuel. Okay, liquid fuel. Basically, oil and grease that you cook with, okay, is a liquid fuel. Right? and category C type of fires. Energized electrical equipment. The toaster you're using that's plugged in is energized electrical equipment. So with all those, especially the last two, the category B type of fires and the category C type of fires, okay, we don't want to introduce any liquid onto them. Okay, because now liquid in a grease fire, such as water, can cause it to spread and splatter and we actually burn you. Okay, category C, electrical, energized electrical. We don't want to put any water when something's plugged in because you can get electric shock, electrocute. Inside of this is actually it's a dry powder. Okay, I believe it's sodium bicarbonate, right? Sodium bicarbonate, which is baking soda. All right, what it does is, like I said, well, remember the word pass. You stand 3 feet away, right? And aim, like I said. Pull out the pin. Boom. Pin is right here. See this ring right here? You pull it right out. Okay, you just pull it right out. So now you can squeeze it. Sometimes I guess they don't want anybody grabbing it off the wall, so you're playing with it, stuff like that. That sounds what you're playing with. And maybe this could be like say inside of a school or something, and they don't want children to play with it. So, like I said, you pull the pin. You aim at the base. Now, say if this is your stove, little grease fire on top. Okay, it's pretty confined. All right, it's not spreading. So you stand about 3 feet away. So one of these tiles is about 12 inches. 12, 12, 12, 36, 12. So you're a nice distance away. Right? You're a nice distance away. You're not standing right over it. Right. You're not standing right over it, you know, so that's it's a little bit safe. Sometimes they talk about those fire blankets, but you really gotta get right on top of it. You know? And they always show on those infomercials the best, you know, the best scenario where it's not gonna go wrong. Because they won't be selling fire, they're not gonna be selling anything if they show something going wrong. So that's why, and I'm sure they do, but you have to stand over this. This might be a little bit safer because at least you can stand about 3 to 4 feet away. Right? So now, remember, you pull the pin. Okay? You pull the pin. You aimed at the base of the fire. The base of the fire. You want to quench the base of that fire. You don't want to chase the flames because, yeah, you'll knock it down, but it'll rekindle. It'll rekindle. Then you want to squeeze the handle. Okay? And then you want to sweep side to side with your back to a way out. But it doesn't have, your extinguisher at home doesn't have to be this big. Right? It doesn't have to be this big. But do you see how this was hung up over in the corner over there? Right? Were we all able to see it at one point or another?
Quite visible.
Okay, very visible. Very visible. Okay, so if you do purchase one, okay, for your home, make sure you have it visible where you can find it and see it. You know, now if most of the fires in your small fires in your kitchen or on your stove, do you think we should have it in a cabinet right underneath the stove?
No.
No, because now we're reaching by the fire, or maybe on a shelf above the stove. Not really, because we don't want to reach over a wall of flame to get to the extinguisher. Have it close by, but where we can see it.
Is it as you come in the door, like on the wall in your house? No?
If you want to put it there,
That's where I
sure,
want to put mine.
sure, that's a great place. It's in the same room, but maybe not.
It's a foyer. I don't get to the kitchen yet.
Right. So where you know where it is, and even better, maybe you'll have a guest over your home, right? And maybe you're not in the room if something happens. At least they can see.
Of course, anybody comes in, see right away.
Right. You know, I'm not saying it's for the burglar to put the fire out, but somebody that you invited over that I could get to. You know. But it's good to have a bird at the bird. We don't want that. We want everybody to be safe. You know, we want everybody to be safe. Okay, so it's a small investment. It doesn't have to be as big. You can go in packs of 2. Okay, but make sure if you do purchase that extinguisher, it's for category A, category B, and category C type of fires. And it'll actually say it right on there what those categories are for. And it also will have the instructions on it. So what I'm getting at is when you purchase it, all right, and you know, everybody's good meaning, now they put it in their closet, and now they leave it there. Now it's still not even out of the box. And now there's an emergency, you know, they have a little fire on top of the stove, and now they're taking it out of the closet. All right, how do you use this thing? All right, first you gotta take it out of the box, then you gotta read the instructions, you know? So we have it ready, just in. Even if you never use it, okay?
Like insurance.
There
Make
you
sure you
go.
have it.
There you go. So if you never used it too, for that, you know, because it only has a 10-year shelf life. Now the new ones, they're supposed to have that 10-year expiration. So this one reads in the green, okay? And they have a company that refills it, right? But this is, you know, they do it because it's a bigger place, more square footage. That's why they need the bigger. That's probably required by law also. So the one at home, right, even though you have it for 10 years and you never used it and it's still might read in the green, we kind of suggest that you replace it anyway. Because like I said, it might be like a powder, like a sodium bicarbonate that's inside of it. It might get all clumpy.
Yeah.
So now you have enough gas to push it out, but it's not going out, it's all clumpy. Same thing with like, say, if you had, say, like baking soda
Put it
in your refrigerator.
Yeah.
That one should be dedicated to the refrigerator, because it's been in there, all right? Well, you never know, you never know. So at least if you want, you know, the next best thing than a fire extinguisher, but the only thing is you may have to reach over the grease fire is you sprinkle some baking soda over it, and it can't smell it. Because fire loves oxygen. The more oxygen you give it, the bigger it gets. But when you smother that fire and you take away the oxygen component, it puts it out. It puts it out.
I have a question though.
Yes.
Could you recycle it? You said if you have it, you don't use it 10 years is up. Can you
Now,
recycle it?
okay. See, now this one has the private company that checks off on. So you can put, like I said, this one, you can probably call up that company and because I see they inspect it and probably, and they would figure out a way. Yeah, master, you know, whatever company it is, okay? Right, an exclusive company. Now, the ones that you purchase at a home, you know, at home improvement store, what you could do is, if it's after 10 years and it still reads in the green, to replace it, okay, you can call up the local sanitation or call 311, and they can guide you on how to dispose of it. But usually what you have to do is, you would basically turn this upside down. Now, this is the one for the home, not this one. Okay, not this one. Turn it upside down, expel all the gas out of it, okay? Twist this open, or you twist the top open, okay? And then you can just expel the rest of the powder inside of a garbage bin, okay? And then I believe these will go with the recyclables. But to make sure, let's just make sure, okay, play it safe. Let's all call 311, call up our local sanitation department and ask them. You know, by the way, I have an old extinguisher. I expelled all the gas out of it. I poured all of the powder out of it. And now I have the metal container and the metal handle and the plastic that goes inside of it, okay? What do I do with it? How do I get rid of it? What do I do with it? They can tell you, maybe you put it out with the recyclables, and maybe the powder part you can put out with the regular garbage. But let's make sure, because sometimes, you know, a lot of times, like, you know, something I tell you to do this year may not be in effect 2 years from now. You know, because things do change, I guess, with, like, for instance, like the compost and all that good stuff, you know, with sanitation and stuff like that. So things do change. So it's always good to play it safe and just ask the experts. Okay. So this is basically about protection, all right, if you choose, but don't be ever afraid to call 911. Especially when we go to the senior centers and stuff, you know, we don't want anybody, you know, trying to fight their own fires if it's not contained. We want people to be safe, you know, and by all means, get yourself and your family out, okay, in the meantime, and call on one. If, say it is, for instance, right, there's basically, maybe you might have overloaded the electrical lines, right? So basically you made, that has 2 plugs in it, right, and 1 outlet. But basically you try to plug in 6 different things. All right, you piggyback them on each other and stuff like that. That could cause a fire also. Right, that could cause a fire also.
But if you use a surge protector, is that no good?
Well, see. With the name of that, you just kind of. You kind of like told everybody what it does. A surge protector, right? Think about it. It basically protects from a surge of power coming from an outside source outside of your home that basically could blow apart your electronics, or, you know, for instance, like a treadmill or something.
You have a fuse box, but those are outdated.
Right. So, you know, it's like electrical, basically an updated electrical is so important in your home. But think about it. All right, summer's here, okay? Summer's here, everybody's got their air conditioners on, central air conditioning, the whole everybody. And all of a sudden, poof, you start seeing little, all right, from the lights, you start seeing, you know, it's the power grid's getting overwhelmed. Now there's a power outage. Okay, and our local utilities come and they restore everything, you know, within a hopefully a reasonable amount of time. And they restore everything. Now all that surge of power is coming into your home. Okay, and that's what the surge protector is all about. Protect that surge from blowing out your, you know. But these days, hopefully your electrical, like you said, your electrical panel will kind of stop that, but you never know. Maybe some of these buildings might be a little bit older. Okay. So basically surge protectors, they really don't help that much, especially if say you plugged into it an appliance.
Yeah.
An appliance could be a space heater during the winter. An appliance could be an air conditioner during the summer. Okay, because it has that motor inside of it that makes something hot or cold. All right, and it's got that motor inside of it that basically need a lot of power to basically make it work. Right. So we always suggest, and we have everything in our books, okay, which we get on fdnysmart.org. Okay, fdnysmart.org. I have a bunch of it outside, you know, we're set up on a table over there. Yeah. But in all different languages. On the FDNY Smart website, we have all different languages. We have different types of videos, okay, for all ages. And it's very, very important, okay? And it's very helpful. Great learning tools. Great learning tools, okay? You know, and we talk about electrical safety. We talk about kitchen safety. We talk about carelessness with candles. You know, candles are fantastic, but we have to be careful. It's a live flame. So, you know, when we talk about keeping it at least 3 to 4 feet away from anything combustible, you know, it could be a tablecloth, can be curtains, can be a live plant. A live plant where, all right, the leaves were when you first purchased it. All right, now hopefully tomorrow everybody gets some nice flowers and some nice plants and, you know, and all good stuff, you know, for Mother's Day and stuff like that. But a week from tomorrow, those things, you know, they're going to be on your dining room table or your kitchen table. All right. And now the leaves get a little bit, you know, on the dry side and they might start falling off. So now if for some reason you had a candle underneath it or close to it, and that leaf falls on top of that candle, it causes a fire. It can cause a fire. Or if we leave that, say, that candle on top of that table, and maybe a pet jumps on it, knocks it over, or maybe a small child grabs it because they're curious and, you know, and they play with it, stuff like that, cause also a fire. Or, not that really people do that really now anyway these days, but like we were talking about the power outage, right? We'll talk about the power outage. So let's all make sure that we have, for that power outage, all right, a flashlight that has batteries dedicated to it, but not in it. Because if you keep, you know, basically if you keep batteries inside of a flashlight, you keep it in there. That's right. And then you open that, what the, oh God, oh my goodness, you know? So, you know, we keep, and then when you talk to the kids, all right, you talk to the kids and you say, yeah, man, and you tell them 1,000,000 times, all right, there's a storm, all right, it's coming. There's a tornado, there's a hurricane, there's whatever. Okay, let's make sure our phones are charged. Oh, no, I'm good. How about 20? Yeah, 20, you're good. Oh, what if it runs out? I'll plug it in. Like, how are you gonna plug it in if there's no electricity coming to the house? Plug it in now, before the storm, okay? I know, I was at an OEM meeting, not that long ago, and little things like those, what do they call those, bricks that, that you power up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those things. Right, yeah, those things, yeah, those bricks that you power up,
The charge.
keep them charged.
Yeah.
Keep them charged, okay? You keep them charged, so in case of emergency, you can plug it in, because your phone is your lifeline. Your phone is your lifeline, okay? And keep it on with the batteries, right, with the batteries. What I have in my hand here is our cell phone, yes. And what does it have? It has a rechargeable battery. That has a rechargeable battery. I'm pointing to the laptop. Tablets have a rechargeable battery. So please, when you do charge it, make sure that you use a charger that has the UL on it. Okay, the UL, that means it's Underwriters Laboratory, that means it's been tested. All right, and from a manufacturer that you can rely on. Okay, a trusted manufacturer. All right. There has been fires with these electronics. There has been fires. Have there been a lot of deaths? Not really, not with the electronics. But what do we have these? What do we have these days that have rechargeable batteries? E-bikes.
Yeah.
Okay, those batteries are much bigger, much hotter. Okay, much hotter. Okay, and there has been fires with the e-bikes. All right, that has a rechargeable battery. But now they're bigger. It's a bigger rechargeable battery. All right, and unfortunately, people have passed away because it makes it so hot in that room where basically things that reach a temperature where it could actually explode. Believe it or not, if something in that room, the flame might not even went anywhere near it, but it will cause an explosion inside of that room because everything has a temperature where it can explode. And that's how hot it gets in that room because of these things. Okay, that's why we've almost just about changed our protocols where when we're fighting a fire, we have to basically have another engine company come in because we have to basically stretch extra hose line to try to make that room, that apartment, or even a home more tenable for us to go in there to fight the fire. That's how hot that these fires get. Okay, and thank goodness we basically was our fire commission is going down to Washington D.C. and basically with the lawmakers and stuff, and getting legislation passed so we get a handle on who's manufacturing these things, a little bit more guidelines on these things, and especially e-bikes, right, to help everybody, help firefighters, help everybody out, because it could get so hot, and we don't want to, because we're always hearing every other day on the news something about an e-bike fire, explosions and stuff like that, and getting so hot. All right, and it's so hopefully we're going to get a handle on it. When you make sure you purchase it from, maybe not everybody here rides an e-bike, not anybody here, but we may know somebody. No, but we may know somebody. You might know somebody. Okay, you may live in an apartment building where you're seeing somebody like walking, a broken one down the street and into the building, into the elevator. And then 10 minutes later, somebody else is walking another one, and then all of a sudden they're like, wait a second, what are they repairing them in our building?
We have a sign on the building about that now.
Well, that's what we're trying to work that out with. We're trying to work it out with the legislature. Let's get some laws with teeth. And let's get some enforcement. Okay, where you just can't buy it off the corner. If you want to purchase one, all right, where it has to come from a manufacturer that we know that are building it properly, and they're not using refurbished batteries. Okay, because that's what's causing the problems. Sometimes you refurbished batteries are causing the problems and stuff. So we have to try to, we're getting a handle on it. We're trying to learn a little bit more about them. All right, but it can be very dangerous, especially if you're charging them inside of your home. or inside of, or right next to the only way to get out of the house, get out of the building. You know, because now if that can, how you getting out? You know, that's why you have to have a safety plan. You have to have a safety plan. I'm gonna leave some cards here, okay? And so I could, you know, or somebody from my unit can, you know, because we could show up to community board meetings, private buildings, you know, we'll talk in the community area. Place of religion, like, you know, religious establishments like this one. And we could actually talk, you know, in the cafeteria about, you know, fire safety and go through what everything we talk about, especially if it's in our booklet, you know, FDNY Smart, okay? And we could talk more a little bit about it and stuff like that and answer a lot of questions if you like. So I'll leave my card here. It's basically for the units, for our fire safety unit. And if you ever want to schedule an appointment with us, I'll read the phone number because, you know, we have everybody on Zoom, okay, in TV land over here. All right. So what I'll do is, the number is, I'll say it slowly.
Put it in there too.
718-281-3870. Okay, and our email, and basically this is basically our schedule on the phone. It's usually Caroline. Okay, you could actually email fire safety admin. That's one word. Okay, if you want to read it right off of here, you can.
Oh, perfect.
Fire safety admin at fdny.nyc.gov. And you can shoot over an email. And, you know, they'll get back to you. They're gonna ask you, you know, specific questions. You know, where is it? Of course, how many people? What are the ages? Any concerns? And, you know, was there fires in the, you know, building recently that we could address? So it's, you know, we go over the 5 boroughs of New York City, anywhere. Okay. And we basically talk about fire safety education to whoever you would like to schedule with us. But there's also one more thing before I leave. This is very important. And I actually gave somebody a phone number outside. They were asking me about smoke alarms. Okay, like I said, smoke alarms are very important. There's a program. Okay, it's called, we're in conjunction, in partnership with the American Red Cross. Okay, it's called Sound the Alarm Program with the American Red Cross. Okay. What they do is they'll take down information from anybody that calls them, and I'm going to give you the number in a few minutes, that anybody that calls them, and they'll set an appointment up with them, and they'll come to your home, okay, building home, and they'll install them, smoke alarms, which have the battery inside of it, which so it lasts 10 years. And then on each floor of that same dwelling, okay, on each floor of it. So say if you had a private home, basement, first floor, second floor. On each floor, I'm sorry, they'll install a combination smoke/carbon monoxide detector. Okay. And everything's free. They'll install it, everything is free. Either Red Cross volunteers will come to your home or retired firefighters will come to your home and they'll install everything for free. It's called Sound the Alarm. It's a great program. Because working smoke alarms saves lives. Okay, and we should all have working smoke alarms. I mean, it saves lives. You know, it really does. You know, it's you basically catch the fire in the beginning stages before it spreads. You get yourself and your family out, call 911. Because there's nothing more I would rather see if we get a 911 call, is that if something was going on in a person's home, that the family is outside, they're at their safe meeting location, because that's part of your fire safety plan. All right. And we can go in and we can basically fight the fire, even if it's just using an extinguisher or stretching a hose line. All right, where we're gonna extinguish the fire with minimal damage. Okay, because you had a working smoke alarm, you got yourself and your family out. Then turning around the block and seeing fire coming out of the windows and not knowing if the people are still in there or not. Okay? You know, we don't want that. We want people to get out safely. We want people, you know, not save lives. We don't want people. So let's practice. That's why we believe our unit, and so does every other firefighter too. We believe in basically prevention and education. It's so important. You know, education and prevention. Okay, let's not try not to get into this predicament in the first place. And then if you live in, you know, you live in a building, okay, you live in a building. Let's say, you know, you might be the safest person, but let's educate your neighbors too. Okay, let's say, you know, kind of like, you know, you might be a little bit careless with those cigarettes and stuff like that. You know, every time we walk in front of your apartment, you can smell, it smells like an ashtray underneath the door, you know. It happens, you know, maybe, you know, we could talk to them a little bit, you know. Or first we would love them to quit, but if you do still smoke, just be careful. And especially if you have somebody living with you that uses supplemental oxygen. Like I said, this is all, I can speak for about 3 hours about this, but you know, I know we're kind of limited on time, so. All right, folks, I'll leave the cards here if you want. I'll leave them. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Let me put this back.
Thank you for all that.
Ah, no, it was a pleasure. I always want to keep everybody safe. Oh, of course. Ah, it was a pleasure.
Respect our first responders.
All right, brothers and sisters. We have 2 more speakers left. And no.
Folks, stay safe. Folks, stay safe. And once again, happy Mother's Day, everybody. Enjoy.
Thank you, sir. All right, so for the sake of time, up next, we're gonna have Bent on Wellness. If you're here, we're gonna give you the floor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we're gonna be hearing about good nutrition for kidney disease patients. And I'm gonna spotlight you. And there we go.
Hey there. My name is Shauna Dwyer. I'm speaking on behalf of Bent on Wellness with Dr. Gloria Bent, who is a registered dietitian, a well-seasoned registered dietitian at that. I am currently under, well, I was an intern of hers and kind of under her tutelage, and I'm going to be speaking on behalf of her. She's out of town. And as you said, I'm going to be speaking on CKD, also known as chronic kidney disease. And I actually do have slides, so I'd like to share my screen if that's possible.
Yeah, go for it. Looks good. We can see everything.
Okay, so this is going to be on the renal diet, that goes, I guess, kind of hand in hand with chronic kidney disease, among other things. Okay, so for those of you who don't know what is renal disease, and I'm sorry, what is the renal disease diet? So just to kind of bring it back, just so you guys can have kind of an idea of just the cases of CKD. So 15% of adults in the country are diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, and this is about 37 million people. So this is, I don't know if this is talked about too much, but it is definitely, there's definitely a big part of the population that is affected by this disease, and the numbers are continuing to grow, and it's not slowing down anytime soon. This is actually tied to diabetes, and I think everybody at this point knows somebody or they themselves have diabetes. And this is known as a silent disease. The reason being is because most people that have it, especially there's 4 stages. So especially those who have stage 1 to 3 are pretty much asymptomatic, which means they don't show signs. So it's actually not until it's at its worst stage, which is stage 4, when you actually start exhibiting signs of having the disease. And by then it's like you're pretty far gone in the disease. So I guess our role as dietitians is to kind of treat from a nutrition standpoint such diseases. You'll hear me talking about quite a few things that Dr. Kelly had already touched on. I actually inserted myself in one of his questions. I apologize for that, but yeah, we know that all too well when it comes to, you know, hypertension and diabetes and just other chronic diseases that are or can very well be nutritionally induced. And we try to be on the preventative side of it, but sometimes we kind of have to, you know, when the damage is done, we kind of have to step in. So back to the renal diet. So pretty much the main goal of the renal diet is to like reduce the workload of the kidneys and maintain proper levels of minerals and electrolytes in the blood and prevent buildup of waste products that the kidney would normally filter out. So when we put someone on this diet, or when someone is on the renal diet, it's already like they already kind of have like conditions that are disrupting the kidneys, right? So why do people begin the renal diet? Again, to manage different conditions, kidney stones, kidney failure, and the big one is chronic kidney disease, also known as CKD. Okay, so the key to transitioning to the renal diet, being mindful of the changes that are being made from going to a regular diet to a renal diet, and understanding the whys. Understanding the whys of the changes that are made can be extremely helpful, because I think talking at people and kind of just telling them what they need to do instead of kind of trying to have them understand why, just I think it's a smoother just transition, and then just having a better understanding, it's just helpful. Okay, so the diet changes that actually do take place. When you have kidney issues, you want to limit certain things, right? So the big things that you try to limit are potassium, phosphorus, and sodium. So with sodium, I'm gonna put sodium with fluid. Again, Dr. Kelly touched on certain things. You want to limit fluid intake with the cardiovascular issues, like you said. You know, there's fluid buildup, and this comes with both sodium and water. Like I said, I mean a fluid rather. I said I was going to put those two together. So if you do have CKD, extra sodium and fluid builds up in your body, right? So you want to manage fluid intake. Fluid can cause fluid overload and or swelling, and which is essentially edema. And he did touch on edema, pulmonary edema, but yes. You need to monitor, because this was a question that I jumped in on. You do need to monitor both your food and your beverage intake. This is something that people do get misunderstood at times. Certain foods are kind of considered quote unquote fluids. So if you do consume a lot of water-based fruits and vegetables, you know, like watermelons, cucumbers, strawberries, even cantaloupes, peaches, like basically I always say anything juicy or anything that kind of, you know, it almost like tastes like there's like a water, you know, base to it. But if you know, if you have any further questions about like what would be water-based, of course you can consult with your dietitian. who kind of specialize in that area. So you kind of want to stay away from those. And even things that people don't even realize is considered fluid outside of fruits and vegetables, Jello, ice, of course, ice pops, and ice cream. That's a big one that a lot of people don't know that is considered a fluid. So if you're eating ice cream and you haven't had your, water for the day, you can sometimes max out your fluid intake without even realizing it by eating. So that's definitely something that you want to be mindful of. Of course, sodium, the recommended amount of sodium that we should be consuming for a day is 140 milligrams. But those who are diagnosed with CKD or other conditions where the sodium needs to be reduced probably need to be consuming even less than that. Definitely watch your labels. There's a lot of foods that have, a sneaky amount of sodium in there. So kind of getting educated in reading labels and how much sodium per serving is in, a certain food. Yeah, be mindful of that for sure. Potassium. So you want to lower your potassium. Again, I said that knowing kind of the whys will help it make sense. Why you would, I'm going to put this with phosphorus. So you want to reduce both high potassium foods as well as phosphorus. Reason being is because you're at risk for a high potassium because your kidneys cannot remove the extra potassium in your blood. And this goes true for your phosphorus as well, right? So just these are an example of some of the foods that you eat that have high potassium. A big one is bananas. I'd actually worked at a dialysis clinic for a little bit, interned at a dialysis clinic, and bananas are very high in potassium and a very big one that we have to tell people not to eat. And I made the next slide specifically for this population because I know the population has a very high concentration of Caribbean people. So bananas and the banana family. So this includes your green bananas, your yellow bananas, your plantains, your yellow plantains, green plantains, all those things. So this community in particular needs to watch all of the banana family foods, right? And these are just a few examples again of the banana favorites, if you will, of the population that kind of needs to be paying attention to. And okay, the foods with phosphorus or phosphate additives, right? So things like biscuits, snack cakes, bread cakes, mixes, processed cheese, dark colas, heat and serve meals. Yes, these are foods that have additives and to be mindful of and watching out for. And of course, fast food, that's a big one, right? This slide right here says it all. All of these need to be, I would say, eliminated, but just, to kind of be more realistic, I'm going to say reduced drastically if possible. Yeah. So as far as kind of how to identify, because some people labels can be overwhelming. Labels can be very overwhelming, and some people don't know like what has phosphorus in there, like what does this label say? It looks a bit sciencey. I don't understand. I think there's a trick to kind of seeing or identifying what has phosphorus in it. And one of the tricks is it will actually say phos in front of it, in the middle of the word. It will say phos somewhere in the word. So that's a big clue to let you know that there's phosphorus in there. You should probably stay away. Yeah, so another tidbit here is know your numbers. So your target phosphorus levels should be anywhere between 3 and 5.45 milligrams, right? So if your phosphorus is too low, you need to work on getting the appropriate amount of protein and calories in your diet. If it's too high, you want to limit high phosphorus foods and take your phosphate binders. I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with phosphate binders, or if anyone does have kidney issues, but phosphate binders is something that your doctor is likely to prescribe. The dietitians who work with patients who do have chronic diseases are likely to be working in conjunction with their physician, just to kind of communicate so everyone's kind of on the same page in regards to how to approach the patient treatment, right? So the binders, hypophosphatemia, and you're more likely to have hyperphosphatemia if you do have CKD. So the binders would be for people who are on dialysis to help kind of regulate the phosphorus levels. So reducing your phosphorus intake, everything kind of works together, and I don't think people realize just how much everything kind of works together. So extra phosphorus in your blood causes body changes that pull calcium out of your bones, making them weak, right? So this brings me to my next slide, and calcium and its role in the renal diet. So as far as the calcium daily recommendations, this could differ for those who are over the age of 50. That's first and foremost. So if you have kidney issues and you're over the age of 50, that's even more reason for you to kind of communicate with a healthcare professional in regards to what should be the approach to take as far as your diet, right? So the issue that you can have with calcium, I think the first thing that comes to mind when people think of calcium is dairy. So the dairy foods are high in calcium, right? But they also have, they can be high in phosphorus, which is generally not recommended. Those foods are not recommended with CKD. So it's very important to kind of get with a dietitian with this disease. So the monitoring, I don't think that it should be done. I'm not saying it can't be done by yourself, but I think having a dietitian is extremely impactful in just kind of taking on and managing the diet. So your protein intake. So this can vary from person to person, and this can vary because it can depend on whether or not you're in stage 1, 2, or 3, and of course the final stage, which is 4. So the trick with protein is when a person starts dialysis, a higher amount of protein is necessary to help maintain blood protein levels and improve improve health overall, right? But increasing protein requires kind of a careful balance between meeting the body's protein needs and not overburdening the kidneys, right? So people with stage 4, their protein needs are going to be different from the person who's diagnosed with stage 1, 2, or 3. And finally, these are some CKD friendly snacks, bars and beverages, if you will, that I kind of put together for anyone who does in fact have any kidney issues. These would be appropriate for the modifications that I kind of discussed that would need to be made if you are if you have kidney issues, right? So these are snacks that are like low in phosphorus, low in potassium, but high in protein, and like low in sodium, and just like different things like that. But like I said, working with a dietitian definitely helps. It kind of takes the guesswork out of it. The dietitian will tell you what you can eat and what you shouldn't eat. They'll tell you can't eat, you have to cut back on the tomatoes, you have to cut back on the bananas, and you have to increase this and you have to increase that and lower the water. Like the dietitian and the physician will always kind of be monitoring labs and your weight and different things to make sure it is regulated appropriately. the end.
Doctor, I don't know if you could see all our reactions, but whoa, you're stepping on all of our toes here. So I wanna, if you have time for at least one question, I know we're running short on time, but do you have time for 1 or 2 questions?
I'll try the best I can. I'm actually not Dr. Bennett once again. She is well seasoned, but I can definitely I can answer some things, I think. So yeah, what you got?
All right, ladies, questions?
I have a question, I didn't know about tomatoes, that tomatoes are bad for you?
Tomatoes. Are they bad for us? We were some of the food.
No, for those, and this is similar to what Dr. Kelly was saying earlier, if you have been like officially diagnosed with a certain chronic disease, then bad for you is that bad is the strong word, but I'm gonna say yes, for the sake of having CKD, you should probably cut back on tomatoes.
Thank you.
And I guess we were wondering the same thing about the calcium and all the banana products. Like you taking all the proteins?
Yeah, yeah, no, it's a very unique diet that again needs to be kind of monitored very closely. All of your favorite foods sometimes.
They're asking about, right. They're asking about bananas. What about, sorry, let me mute this for a second. They're asking about the bananas and they're saying like, what about one a day? Someone is saying she puts them in her smoothies, but bananas, we should cut them out.
Does she have kidney issues?
No, we don't have that.
Okay, so she's saying like, if you have kidney issues, throw it out. But if you don't have,
she's not saying throw it out. Don't throw it out completely. Don't throw it out completely, but just definitely be mindful. Like, you know, again, if you have diabetes, you should probably pump the brakes on the sugar. If you have, chronic kidney disease, you should probably pump the brakes on the high potassium or high phosphorus foods for sure. Like, it's tailored to whatever you have going on specifically. So if you don't have anything that you know of, again, this is a silent disease, so it's something that you probably should seek out. Always try to know what your levels are. If possible, the suggestion was made by Dr. Kelly earlier about getting, your own monitor. I think you can order them on Amazon. As a matter of fact, I was gonna get one myself. I will get one myself just so I can know, because there can be things that are going on with you that you don't even know. You're asymptomatic. You don't know until it's too late. And this can be because, not necessarily how you were eating, but just genetics. You just were predispositioned to having fill in the blank.
we have one more question. Sister Ann, what's your question?
I have a couple years about kidney stone. Is that an indication that maybe I'm prone or symptomatic for the kidney?
Well, kidney stones was definitely on the list of illnesses or conditions that need to be monitored, because that of course is impacting your kidneys. So yes, you need to be careful. You need to make sure your doctor's in the loop. If you can get a dietitian in the loop, that would be helpful as well. But yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Well, I know you keep saying you're not Dr. Bent, but for us, you're just
I'm an extension of Dr. Bent, but Dr. Bent is definitely like I said, she's well seasoned, and she she has her own thing going now. So she has her business going, Bent on Wellness. You can definitely check out bentonwellness.com if you have any questions or inquiries. Feel free to reach out and touch base with her, and or myself will definitely be available to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. We want to give you an applause.
Thank you. I hope that wasn't too long. I was trying to keep it quick and dirty.
Nah, you did great. You did great.
Okay,
Excellent.
thank you.
All right, sisters, we're going to, as we're running a little bit short on time, so what we want to do is, I want to ask Sister Lorna. Sister Lorna, are you in the room? Yes, our lawyer friend. But if not, what we're going to do is we're going to move to our presentation from Sister Anne Marie, who is pre-recorded, and it's a short one, but it's a goodie. So everyone tune in here for a moment.
For a safe hospital stay. First of all, I would like to hello everyone, and my name is Anne Marie Pinckney, and I'm here to discuss how to prepare for a safe hospital stay. First of all, I would like to thank Andrea Woodstock for giving me this opportunity to come to this audience and discuss this very important topic that I think would benefit a lot of us as consumers entering a hospital, which is a place where 99.9% of us would not want to be. So let me start off by saying going to the hospital is never something anyone is prepared to do because we're always caught up in unexpected situations. So I say that to say we're never prepared, but situations do arise that cause us to be in this moment where we have to go to the hospital. First and foremost, when you're going to the hospital, if you're going by ambulance, of course, it's a 911, and things are often left in a rush. So you're not able to prepare yourself. But if you're going with a friend or a loved one or family, be prepared before you go to the hospital. First and foremost, bring your phone. I was doing a little research on the web to see what was the common things, and I was surprised. One website says, do not bring your phone. I totally disagree. Your phone can be such an asset. We store information in our phone. We can download things that can be beneficial in a hospital stay, which I would discuss further in this lecture. But why I say bring a hospital phone, because it's a way to communicate with your loved ones. It's a way to keep in touch with people around you to let them know what's going on. And secondly, bring your ID card and your insurance card. I was very surprised most patients don't travel with their insurance card. Your insurance card is just like your driver's license. No one knows when unexpectations can occur, but you're going to need it if you go into the ER. First and foremost, that's one of the things that they're going to ask, your ID and your insurance card. The bill starts going at that moment, and no one wants to get a bill from the ER. As everyone who has experienced the ER visit, it is very expensive. So make sure you have your insurance card with you and a government photo ID. Why? Because they want to make sure who they're treating is the person that they are treating. I've experienced where patients come in with wrong IDs and only to find out it's the wrong person in that bed where they're treating. So make sure you have your government ID with you. As you get triaged in the emergency room, you're brought into a chaos. You see people running around, doctors scanting from here to there, stretchers, the ambulance. It's just a very confusing, chaotic environment. So I strongly advise to bring someone with you, a neighbor, a friend, a loved one, or your advocate, a healthcare proxy agent. I always say be prepared to spend a long time in the emergency room, because while you're being there laying sick and not able to express your needs, you want to have someone who can advocate for you and can provide information and also keep a tab of what's going inside and outside of your room. So it's very, very important. And I'm going to speak a little bit about bringing someone as an advocate. Most often, a lot of us did not choose a healthcare proxy, but I strongly advise it. Let someone know your wishes. And very importantly, choose someone that is going to be grounded, not emotionally distressed. Today, I had a patient today actually, sorry, that had a daughter, and the patient was sadly dying, had pancreatic cancer, and she made her wishes to her daughter that she did not want to be resuscitated. She wanted to be comfortable. Henceforth, her daughter was so emotionally distressed and distraught that she could not abide by her mother's wishes. Yes, we want to choose the relative that is close to us, but it's also important to choose someone that's going to be grounded and strong and abide to your wishes and not become emotionally distressed making important decisions. Unfortunately, this poor woman lay in the bed in so much pain despite her wishes made known to be left comfortable. The daughter did not want to make any decisions because she was not comfortable making such decisions. So I cannot stress, make sure whoever you choose as your healthcare proxy agent is going to be strong and grounded, not emotionally distressful, because it can become chaotic. So moving forward, as you arrive in the emergency room, you're going to be triaged. No one knows at that point if you're going to be admitted or not. But for those, this lecture is mainly for those who end up being admitted. If you get admitted, the doctor's going to, first of all, do several battery of tests. And based on those tests, they would decide if this require an inpatient hospital stay. I advise everyone on this target audience to make sure you have a list of your medications. I am often surprised patients come in the emergency room, they don't know what medications they're taking. So this is where your phone is going to be handy. If you're taking more than one medications, write it down on a piece of paper with your pharmacy, with your primary care attendant name on that paper, and take a picture of it. When you come into the emergency room, you can show that picture to the doctor. I am against writing anything on a piece of paper and giving it to the doctors. If you do, make many copies. Those papers get lost in the pockets, get lost on the table, on the counter, and 80–90% of the time, the patients do not get back that list. So I like to keep things in the phone. So while you're at triage and you get into the emergency room area where the doctor is seeing you, unfortunately, bad news came back and says, well, we have to admit you because we're concerned. You want to have that advocate next to you. If you're too weak and too frail to talk for yourself, make sure that person know your wishes so they can keep a tab of what's going on. While you're in the emergency room, you're going to be greeted by many different doctors. 80–90% of those doctors you will not see again because they just work in the emergency room. But you will get a visit by your primary care doctor, and that doctor is the doctor that you'll see until you're discharged. And if you get admitted to the hospital, you will be in the emergency room for a period of time, unfortunately, and then you'll be escorted to a floor. And this is where it gets even more confusing because you get to the floor, you're going to see nurses and different providers that would be taking care of you. But I just wanted to focus on two important people that you'll be seeing very often. Actually, not two, I'm going to say four. The first person is going to be your primary care attendant. That doctor is going to visit you every day. Make sure you write his name down. Ask him, who are you? What's your name? Can you leave a card on my table? Ask your healthcare proxy or your significant other to have his name in their phone because this is the person you're going to keep in touch with. The second person you're going to come across with is that doctors don't work 24 hours around the clock. So you're going to meet an advanced care provider. That could be a nurse practitioner or a physician assistant. We're the ones that are behind the scenes that are navigating your care to ensure that your stay is effective and productive. So you will see us on a daily basis. We come in, we introduce ourselves. We're pretty much there 24/7. You see your doctor throughout the daytime, but the ACPs, which we call the advanced care providers, they are nurse practitioners or physician assistants. They're the one that's going to be really coordinating your care. So if you have any problems or any issues, we're the ones that comes in the room and find out what's going on. So just to keep that in mind, you will be cared by many ACPs while you're in the hospital. The third person you will be greeted by is a case manager / social worker. They're the ones that are responsible for your deposition, depending on where you're going to go. Are you going to go home or you're going to go to rehab? So they will be also, you will be meeting them on the first day and up to the last day of your hospitalization. And then the last person, which not everyone might see, but it's a physical therapist. A physical therapist is pretty much, I call them our mobile team. They help you to get out of bed. They assess you to determine if you need rehabilitation. So I want to talk a little bit, just a little second about physical therapists. They're very good. Most people expect that a physical therapist is going to come by every day to get them out of bed and do mobility exercise. That's not true, at least where I work. The physical therapist is there to come in and assess you to see if you need rehab. So on that note, I strongly encourage people to don't make that bed your stay. Get out of bed, move around. Unless the doctor tells you you have to stay in bed, you should be in the chair or walking. I see patients all the time. The minute they get into that ER and they go from the stretcher to the bed, they never leave that bed until they're ready to go home. It takes more than, actually, I would say 2 days to get so weak and deconditioned. And the older you are, the more frailer you become. And then you might be entitled to go to rehab. Rehab are good places to go. It's pretty much an extension of a long-term care facility or nursing home where they have an area in that facility where they provide physical therapy. It's nice if you need to go there because if you're weak and you leave alone and you need to get a little stronger, but I strongly advise you, if you get up every day and walk around, you will minimize yourself of going to rehab. And for those who are 65 and older, Medicare only allowed, I think, up to 100 days. I'm not 100% sure on that number. So if you use up all your rehab days, you're going to be in a tight spot where you're going to have to end up paying for rehab. So I just want to, say that with physical therapy, they're there to establish a relationship to see how mobile you are, but you should encourage yourself to get out of bed and walk around. And even to sit in the chair, it makes the big difference. Now, going back to arriving on the floor from the emergency room, you got a room, and thank God, no, you're laying in the bed and you're still dealing with your medical issues, and your healthcare advocate decided to go home. That's understandable. We get tired, and I know what it feels like when my son was hospitalized. I was there for the whole night to the morning until I saw all the doctors. I tell everyone, stay for a good day, because the doctors comes in and out, and if you're too weak and sick and not able to talk for yourself, that advocate person can write down who's coming in the hospital, who's coming in the rooms to talk to you, so you could know what's going on, and that's important. But I'm going to go back to the phone. One of the things that most hospitals do have, if not all, is called My Chart, or My Chart, or the patient health information. Please, I cannot say this any stronger. Please write it down. Write everything down. Do not, and I say do not take advantage of that um, the healthcare port where you can access your medical records. And at that point, when you do access your medical records, you can get access to everything that goes on every day about your care, the medications, the different doctors that comes in the room, the consults that are called on your care, that made recommendations to your care. It is the best thing that anyone can get access to. And this is why I go back to the phone. You download that web page to your phone, and you could open up every day and you could see what's going on. And it's much better than someone walking in your room and telling you all this thing. You can go back to it and say, hey, doc, I'm looking at my chart and it's saying that, I need to see a cardiologist. No one told me that. Why am I seeing a cardiologist? So it's also used for reference. So I strongly advise to download my chart. While you're in the hospital, you might be going for several tests. I recommend people to leave all your valuables at home. You do not need your precious ring, your precious jewelry. I might be one to say, yes, you need your dentures, but just keep in mind, those things get lost very easily. I've seen a lot of dentures been missing on the trays going down to the cafeteria. So please, if you have anything valuable, keep them at home. If not, if you bring them to the hospital, be very well cognizant of where your valuables are. Hearing aids, I tell you, those hearing aids are something that I very personally would not bring, but that's my personal opinion. Reason, they're very tiny things, they go in the ear, and I see them get lost all the time. And most patients would tell you they're 5,000-10,000 per hearing aid. So just think of those things. If you don't need them and you can get away without having them, don't bring your valuables to the hospital. I used to grow up where my aunt says you need a nice, pretty pink gown or something to, robe to bring to the hospital. Yeah, but nowadays I tell people leave those things at home. Use the hospital gown, things get sores, things get dirty, and you don't want to bring your nice gown and lingeries to the hospital and get it dirty. Now, it's a personal preference, but just keep in mind the IVs go through the gown, then they get disconnected and things get all confused. Take advantage of the hospital gowns, but definitely bring your underwear and a slippers. It's very, easy to walk, if you want to walk around and you want to ensure enough privacy, I strongly advise bringing your underwear, especially. While you're in the hospital, as I said, you go for a lot of tests, you see a lot of doctors. Ask them to leave their cards when they come in the room so you can keep a tab of things. Hopefully your hospital stay goes very well so that when you're ready to leave the hospital, you are fully informed of what's going on. Upon the day of discharge, this is something that I really want to enforce before I close this, my lecture, is that discharge can be very overwhelming. A lot of information are being provided to you by the nursing staff, and a lot of medications might have been changed or modified. I strongly, strongly encourage that lovely person that came to you with the hospital to be with you so they can be next to you to ensure that you're getting the medications and you understand what they're about. Most patients take that paper and they disappear through the door. I want to get out, I want to get out. And then they go home and they don't remember or don't recall what was said. And that can be very detrimental to your care, because when you're leaving the hospital, that doesn't mean that you're healthy. It just means you don't require acute care stay. It's important for you to follow up with your primary care doctor to make sure he continue to optimize your care till you reach an optimal care and fully recover from whatever illnesses that you have occurred in while in the hospital. So it's important when you're discharged, you have all of that information with you. The nurse will go through the medications. Things might change. Make sure it's going to the right pharmacy. Most patients will give us the right pharmacy name, but we do get those calls where, oh, I didn't get my meds. And, oh, well, this is the pharmacy you gave us. Oh, no, that's not the one. That's a very important information, is the pharmacy, because 9 out of 10, we can't get to verify that this is the right pharmacy. We know when those medications reach the pharmacy because it tells us on our computer that it was sent. But if it's the wrong pharmacy, we won't know. So it's very important that you let us know the pharmacy that you're going to and it's correct. God forbid you had a heart attack and you're sent home on blood thinners. You need to take those medications. You don't get those medications, you can be back in the emergency room. I had an experience where a patient had a heart attack and required a stent. She received multiple medications to prevent another heart attack and to keep that stent open. Unfortunately, she did not follow up to make sure she picked up, actually, she did not pick up her meds. And there was some miscommunication of where the medications went. Unfortunately, the patient came back into the emergency room within 72 hours with a heart attack. And we found out that none of her medications were picked up. So that's very important. Make sure you find a pharmacy that is 24 hours, not only open from certain time to certain evening, because hospitals are 24/7. And if we send a prescription to your pharmacy, we want to know when you leave the hospital that your prescription is ready. Now, in conclusion, I just want to stress these are some practical things that I encountered being in the hospital and working there for over 20 years. And they're pretty simple things, but they're very important things. Keep in mind of a logging of your doctors, the names of who comes in your room. Keep yourself mobile. Don't stay in that bed. Nosocomial infections, which are hospital-related infections, can make your hospital stay longer. Be aware of your medications. If you take blood pressure medications, make sure your doctor knows so you're taking them. You might come in for a urinary tract infection and then you end up leaving with high blood pressure and you can't go because your blood pressure is out of control because you did not get a chance to resume your medications. Be aware of your medications and make sure that you're getting them as you were taking at home. And lastly, as I said, choosing your healthcare proxy. I cannot stress this so much. I've seen so many patients suffer because of a loved one who's in charge of making decisions are not mentally or emotionally stable to handle it. Find someone that is going to be strong and grounded and is able to make decisions no matter where the train may pull you, because it is so critical for your quality of life. I thank you again for listening to me. I hope you have a wonderful, blessed day. I thank the Healthcare Ministry and Andrew Woodstock for allowing me to have this presentation today. If you have any questions, you can certainly reach out to me and you can reach out to Andrew Woodstock to contact me. Thank you again and have a good day. Bye-bye.
All right. Awesome. All right. So we're going to move on through because we're a little bit over time now. Sister Lorna, we're going to call you up to the front here and you've got it.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Reverend John Beer. I'm going to speak a little about advanced directives today. And advanced directives are documents in which you designate a surrogate to make decisions for you. The key advanced directives are your healthcare proxy, your power of attorney, your living will, and a HIPAA form. The healthcare proxy allows you to decide who will make healthcare decisions for you if you're unable to make them for yourself. Now, your closest relative who may be legally entitled to act on your behalf may not be able or willing to act according to your wishes. As you heard Reverend Sister Anne-Marie, Dr. Anne-Marie Pinckney say earlier, you need someone who is stable to be your surrogate in the health setting. The healthcare proxy enables you to choose someone you trust and someone who is a good advocate to act in accordance with your wishes. You can only appoint one agent at a time, so you can't have co-agents, but you can appoint alternates. So you can have as many alternates as you see fit, but you can't have a co-agent. Every adult, regardless of age, should have a fully executed, up-to-date healthcare proxy at all times. The HIPAA form. What is the HIPAA form? It's authorization for release of health information pursuant to the HIPAA law of 1996. Now, why do you need one? This document allows another individual, typically your healthcare proxy, to obtain copies of your medical records from your physicians. It also allows another individual to discuss issues with your doctor. Now, usually it's the agent under your healthcare proxy who would be using the HIPAA form. So it's very important that in the course of executing your advance directives, a HIPAA form is included. The living will. Now, the living will is a document that contains your directions regarding medical treatment and end-of-life decision-making in the case you're not able to make these wishes known at the necessary time. Now, although there is no New York state law that requires that a living will be followed, New York state courts have consistently upheld them. So we may not have a law in New York governing the living will, but it will be acknowledged and it will be followed if you have one executed. And usually it's executed also by people who do not have close relatives or friends who they can designate to be an agent under a healthcare proxy. You should have a living will in case there's any questions as to your wishes, especially if you do not wish to be kept alive by extraordinary measures. So it's very important that you state that clearly in your living will. There are many people who do not want hydration or nutrition and other heroic measures to keep them alive in the event they're not going to be able to function after a catastrophic illness. So the living will is the document in which you would document that what you want in terms of life-sustaining treatment, and so your agent can have clear directions as to what they need to do. The durable power of attorney. Now, a durable power of attorney is a document that allows an individual appointed as agent to handle the principal's financial affairs in the event the principal is unable to handle them for him or herself. Now, why do you need one? If you're unable to handle your own affairs or finances due to accident or illness, or if your family may not be able to access your assets, if your bills are not going to be paid, or other legal actions may not be able to be taken in a timely manner. If you don't have a if you don't have a power of attorney and those things occur, then you're going to need guardianship. Guardianship is an expensive process and can be easily avoided with the execution of a power of attorney. The power of attorney authorizes the agent on the principal's behalf in some or all legal matters. It depends on the powers that you give your agent. It gives the agent the authority to sign documents and make contractual commitments on the principal's behalf regarding real estate and any other matter that you designate in your power of attorney. It's a very powerful document and you should think very carefully when you're executing one, as the person who is your agent under the power of attorney is actually your alter ego. That is, they can do anything that you could do yourself. So they could mortgage your property, they could go to the bank, change beneficiaries, they could close bank accounts, and all of those things. So the agent has very broad powers. They have gifting powers as well. So if you give them the power to give gifts, they can make gifts to persons you designate. Now, the final document that I mentioned as one of the things that's important in your listing of advanced directives is the designation of agent form. That form is used for you to designate someone who will take care of your burial arrangements or make organ donations if you had so stipulated. It is important because in New York, there is a law that governs who gets the right to choose where you should be buried or how you should be buried and all the related issues surrounding burial. And so unless you are, even if you are a spouse who is the first in the list of persons who are authorized, that may not give you carte blanche to take care of your spouse's funeral arrangements. So it has to be designated in a writing so that it can be presented to funeral homes and other entities. And of course, it starts with your spouse, child, mother, siblings, and so on down the line. So that the designation of agent form for taking care of funeral arrangements. So those are the advance directives: your healthcare proxy, your power of attorney, your living will, and your designation of agent form, of course, and your HIPAA form. So please do make sure that you have them among the documents that you execute. They are reasonably easy to execute. I do recommend that you consult with a lawyer if you have to execute these documents, as your failure to execute them properly can be to your detriment, in that you may execute a document, not execute it properly, and then it will be ineffective to advance the needs that you want, whether it is healthcare or financial. So I thank you for having allowed me to spend this time with you. I look forward to doing it as often as Sister Woodstock asks, and I hope it was helpful information for you. Thank you.
Hope you can hear the applause. But we thank you so much, Sister Lorna.
You're welcome.
Since we're running short on time, I'm going to ask those of you who have questions to get in contact with her. Maybe you can drop your email in the chat, or just send a shout out to Sister Woodstock and she can get you the contact information. All right, guys, so we're going to bring up, last but certainly not least, we have Sister Paulette Gordon, and she is going to bring, I'm sorry, Sister Paulette Gordon. And we're going to have her speak about resources. Now we got all this great information. Now we got to know about some resources here so we can have access to the information. And let's see. So I have it on the screen here. And all right, go for it. Oh, thank you. It's all yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I have a few resources here in New York City that if you might need. For instance, if you need SNAP or food stamp, as a lot of people know it to be. It was formerly known as food stamps. It's now SNAP. And I have the information up on the screen as to how you can apply for it and the documents that you need to have when you apply for SNAP. It's you can be working and still be qualified for this benefit. You can live in a home and still be qualified for this benefit. It all depends on how much you make, what your bills are, and what you have left over. Also, okay, as we move along, we have access to ride services for individuals who meet the criteria. And if you have a disability and you are not able to use public transportation, you would discuss that with your doctor and get the form. You can call the number that's provided on your screen to get the application. And just make sure you have, when you get the application, you will have to have your doctor fill out a portion of it and return that as well. We also have fares in New York for those individuals who cannot afford the regular bus fare or train fare. And it's a reduced fare. It's reduced by 50%. You would have to show proof that you are in need of this service. And the Bronx location in which you would get the application for this is the Monterey Center. The centers are now called Benefit Access Centers. And this one is located at 1910 Monterey Avenue, Bronx, New York, 10457. And they're open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. And we also have reduced Metro cards for our seniors who are 65 years and older. You would also, you can also get this information by calling 511 or 711, and they would send you the applications or let you know what you need to do. But you would have to provide proof of your date of birth. Also, New York City is very concerned about children and family. We have ACS. In case you know of anyone who's abusing their child or they need help, because ACS is don't just remove your children. They will if your child is in immediate danger in that home, but they'll also work with the parents to reunite that child back into their home. So there is a number on your screen that you would call, or you could call 311. And if the child is in immediate danger, call 911. Okay? And as we go along, we also have adult protective services, which helps older, well, not just older people, but anyone from 18 years old upward. If they're not able to provide for themselves, or they're physically or mentally impaired and unable to take care of their well-being, then you can call APS, and APS provides, the number is on your screen. It's that's the central intake office. They have a certain time frame in which they would have to visit that home. They will go there and assess that home and see what that person needs. And if they need services from them, then they will provide it. If not, if they don't need their service and they can provide services in the community, they'll refer them to those services in the community. Okay, I have the domestic violence, hotline number, up on your screen. But if anyone is in imminent danger, please call 911. Okay. We are now in perilous times. A lot of people depend on drugs and alcohol. So we have a lot of people in our community who have addictions. So if you know anyone, please give them this number to call, and they will provide them the services that they need. Okay, for those, we have several different rental assistance programs in New York City that will help individuals. We have SCREE for seniors. It SCREE is for the seniors, for seniors who are 62 years old and above. And it also goes according to their income. But your income would really have to be very high for them not to accept you in their program. How this works is if you live in an apartment and your rent is increased every month, every year or every 2 years. Once you sign up, your rent would be frozen at that particular point of whatever the rent is, and it would not increase after that. But you have to remember to every year or every time your lease needs to be renewed, that you would recertify with SCREE. Okay, we also have DREE, and DREE is for those individuals who have a disability. If you are receiving SSD, Social Security Disability, or SSI, then you would automatically be entitled to DREE. And DREE works the same way that SCREE does. It's just that you do not have to be a senior to receive it. Okay. And we have what we call a one-shot deal. And those are for people who are behind on their rent. Let's say you're 3, 4, 5 months behind your rent. Some people are even further along. We have a benefit access center at Fordham Road. It's located at 2541-49 Bainbridge Avenue. And you can go there and apply for benefits. Also, if you're receiving, that's if you're not receiving public assistance already, because if you're receiving public assistance, or then you would go to the center that you're affiliated with and apply there. And when you go to apply, you would take all court documents, any notification that you have in regards to how much rent you owe, you would take those documents with you. Okay, we have the Bronx Neighborhood Housing Services, which is a community-based program that also helps you with rental assistance, or they might be able to get you into a program that might be able to help you lower your rent. The same thing with Bronx Works. They're located in the Bronx, 60 East Tremont Avenue. They also will try to find the best programs for you to help lower your rent if possible. In New York, we have Medicare, which everyone who is 65 years and older is eligible for Medicare. And there's a number here. You might have insurance, but if you're 65 and older, then there's certain criterias or certain, how would I frame that? There's certain benefits that Medicare would offer that your insurance might not offer. We have Silver Sneakers, which is the program for individuals who are 65 years and older, where you could join gyms in your area. Many of the gyms will offer this program, and you can go to any, you could go to 1, 2, 3, as many different gyms as you want. You could sign up there and participate in their program, whatever services that they have that you like. Okay. Again, this year, I've already done my right to know training. And one part of the training was the active shooter part of the training, which means that we have to be very conscious of wherever we go, especially if we're in a building, any enclosed facility. Make sure you know where the exits are once you get there. Be mindful of any noises that you might hear. If people are running, there might be a reason why they're running. You don't want to run towards the noise, you want to run away. And remember to there's RAF, means that you're gonna run, you're gonna hide, and you're gonna fight. Fighting is the last resort. And when you fight, make sure you are prepared to fight to win. Okay, and I have a few simple techniques to help you de-stress in this fast-paced world that we're living in. We are always plugged into something, so turn off your TV.
No.
Turn off, whatever devices you have. Just sit down calmly and just enjoy nature or whatever it is. Maybe, go for a walk. Let's take some quiet time and do some deep cleansing for 5 to 10 minutes. You can also take a relaxing bath, whatever soothes you, whatever makes you feel better, you can do that. Or if you like watching movies, you're not gonna watch something that's gonna be a horror movie or anything like that. You're gonna watch something that's gonna bring you up. So you're gonna wanna laugh. Okay, and finally, I have a few pointers on COVID, because COVID is still around. Although we can go around without masks at this particular stage, the new guidelines as of March 1st of 2024 this year has unified all of the respiratory viral illnesses together. And if you have any of these symptoms, you should stay home, stay away from others until your symptoms improve, and your fever, if you have a fever, be fever free for over 24 hours. Make sure you contact your medical provider if needed. And take precautions for at least 5 days by wearing a fitted mask. Okay, and also continue to follow the safety protocols, making sure that you stay up to date with your vaccines if you take vaccines. Hand washing is a big part of not transmitting anything. Continue to distancing and get tested if you feel that something is wrong. Get tested. And that's my helpful hints here in New York. Thank you.
Very good. Well, all right, brothers and sisters, that's going to do it for our 2024 health fair. May the Lord be with you. May he watch over us, keep us, bless us until we meet again. In Jesus' name, amen. See you guys. Very good. Thank you, Sister Andrea. Appreciate you. Yes, yes, yes.
I had one question.